If we could go ahead and start. Good afternoon and welcome to all of you. My name is Jerry Firestein and I am the Director of Gulf Affairs and Government Relations here at the Middle East Institute. We're pleased and honored that all of you have joined us today for this discussion of challenges in U.S. policy towards Iran. There's a great deal of interest in the event and in our keynote speaker, and we expect a rather full room today, and we do have a full room. Unfortunately, we've been informed that given the vagaries of the Senate calendar, Senator Coons' staff has told us that they've now scheduled 2 floor votes beginning at 12:15. So the senator's arrival will be delayed. As a result, we've reorganized our schedule and will begin with our first panel. At the conclusion of the discussion, we hope that the senator will be able to join us and we can proceed with his presentation and then go on to the other 2 panels afterwards. We're live streaming and recording the audio and video for the MEI website, so we do ask that you silence your mobile devices so as not to become part of the soundtrack. We do encourage you to tweet and ask that you use the hashtag IranObserved, which is on the back cover of the little pamphlet. In 2017, MEI has intensified its already considerable programming and publishing about Iran and the Gulf states. The Gulf Affairs program launched last year and aims to enhance U.S. understanding of the major issues and opportunities confronting the 6 members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, Yemen, Iraq, and Iran. Our Iran Observed project is making a unique contribution to the public's understanding of Iran by providing in English every weekday reporting and analysis of the most important Farsi language public statements, news reports, press releases, and tweets issued by Iran's leadership and other influential personalities. In addition, MEI scholars Alex Vitanka, Ahmed Majidiar, and others have been writing prodigiously for print and electronic journals and for our own website. In keeping with these efforts, we conceived of today's conference to delve more deeply into the many issues surrounding Iran, its goals and objectives in the region, and the U.S. response. There's broad agreement in the United States that Tehran's acquisition of a nuclear weapon would pose a grave danger to regional and global security and stability. But there's also a broad bipartisan consensus that Iran's projection of conventional power and political influence in the broader Middle East is a destabilizing factor running counter to U.S. regional interests. Our goal today is to put the right questions on the table for our assembled experts and hopefully to arrive at some of the answers. Should the U.S. pursue a policy of active confrontation with Iran on all fronts, or are we better served by seeking to balance military coercion, selective sanctions, diplomacy, and on a case-by-case basis, deconfliction or even engagement? How do we measure success? We hope when we leave here this afternoon that we'll have a better sense of the answers to these core questions. So without further ado, let me hand over the microphone to our first panel, moderated by our very own Dr. Paul Salem. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you all for coming. I'm clearly not Karun Demirjian, who was supposed to moderate this panel. Karun is a defense and foreign policy journalist at the Washington Post, but she too is down in the Senate covering the votes with Senator Coons and couldn't make it after we changed our schedule. This first panel looks at or tries to assess the actual threat in terms of Iran's approach to its foreign policy, both regionally and internationally, its military and paramilitary strategy and tactics and deployments, and to what degree is the U.S. Comprehending the complexity of those dynamics and shaping a strategy that is commensurate and appropriate for it. We have three excellent panelists. I'll introduce them briefly. To my far right is Dr. Suzanne Maloney. She's the Deputy Director of the Foreign Policy Program at the Brookings Institution and a Senior Fellow there for Middle East Policy and Energy Security and Climate Initiative. She's written extensively on Iran as well as other issues in the region. Previously to her engagement with Brookings, she was an external advisor to the State Department on issues relating to Iran, served on the Secretary of State's Foreign Policy Planning Staff, and was the director of the 2004 Council on Foreign Relations Task Force on U.S. policy towards Iran. To my left is Dr. Anthony Cordesman, who's the Arleigh Burke Chair in Strategy at CSIS. I'm sure known to many of you, written extensively on U.S. security policy, energy, and Middle East policy. He's been a consultant to the Departments of State and Defense during the Afghan and Iraq wars, served with Senator John McCain on the Senate Armed Services Committee as a national security advisor, and was Director of Intelligence Assessment in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Has received the Distinguished Service Medal from the Department of Defense, and has also been an adjunct professor at Georgetown University. To my immediate right is Admiral James Winnefeld, retired from the U.S. Navy, served until July 2015 as the 9th Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. During his career in uniform, Admiral Winnefeld served as Commander of the U.S. Northern Command and Commander of the North American Aerospace Defense Command. He currently sits on the Board of Directors at the Raytheon Company and is a non-resident senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center and a distinguished professor at the Sam Nunn School of International Affairs at Georgia Tech. So an extremely distinguished panel. Dr. Maloney, let me start with you. If you can give us your view of, or your assessment of how Iranian decision makers see their goals and their interests and how that translates into their strategies, their deployments, vis-a-vis the Middle East, but also vis-a-vis the U.S.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thanks so much to the Middle East Institute for organizing this discussion today. It's a really rich agenda with a lot of very impressive people who will come after me. So I will speak relatively briefly and also hope for a robust discussion. I think I want to start with the kind of core element of the Iranian strategic worldview, and that is one of realpolitik. We have a tendency to view Iran's perspective on the world through rhetoric, which is often highly exuberant and extremely expressive in terms of the characterizations of its aims and goals. And it can be tempting to permit the curiosity of the way Iranian leaders express their goals and interests to overwhelm what is a clear pattern over the course of the past 38 years, that Iran has a core set of national interests, that it seeks to pursue them with some degree of consistency and pragmatism, and that in fact Iran is susceptible to a kind of rational cost-benefit analysis in terms of its motivations and its deliberations in the region. But I also wanted to highlight very briefly 5 other factors that feed into the way that Iran sees both threats and opportunities across the region in particular. The first is the kind of imperial legacy that infuses Iran's sense of identity. Even within the Islamic Republic, there is a clear awareness of the long history of political cohesion, territorial integrity, and the role that Iran has played for millennia in terms of both military but also cultural influence across the broader Middle East. And so this remains an important factor in terms of Iran's sense of place, its struggle, its assertion of its own primacy within the region. Secondarily, I'd cite Islam intertwined with Shia Islam. Iran would prefer to be a non-sectarian power. It is inevitably, identifiably a sectarian power. But it is an inherent function of the revolution, which was both in terms of theme, in terms of opportunity, in terms of mobilization, was affected via religious institutions and leaders, and a state which remains very much intertwined with religious institutions and leadership. It is clear that religious goals and agendas do at times play into the way that Iran sees the world, the way that it projects its power across the region. And this is, I think, something that we shouldn't simply set aside because there is also a realpolitik dimension. Third, I want to cite a kind of enduring factor in Iran's perceptions of itself in the world, and that is this kind of resentment of foreign influence, a kind of anti-imperialism that was also a fundamental core theme of the revolution and of the state that was forged in its aftermath. Again, it's easy to sort of conflate Iran as an Islamic republic with a pure theocracy. It is not, as I'm sure you're all well aware, but in fact, leftist organizations and ideologies played an important role, often fused with a kind of religious perspective in the way that the state was structured and in the sorts of perceptions of the world and views of both threats and opportunities that its leadership continues to see. And so this kind of deep-seated antipathy toward the machinations of great powers comes out of a long history and perspective of Iran as kind of the plaything of imperial overlords with rapacious intent. And it's still very much, if you kind of sort through both the rhetoric and the way Iran has approached great international powers, whether it's the United States or the Soviet Union, now Russia, as well as its own dynamics within the region. Fourth factor is domestic politics. This was, of course, initially a point of weakness after the revolution, the purges and the chaos that existed in the early years of the Islamic Republic made the Iranian state vulnerable to the Iraqi incursion and to other domestic threats. But I think domestic politics, paradoxically, has sort of emerged as a point of strength for the Islamic Republic in the way that it frames its approach to the world. It's generated coherent and well-resourced institutions. It's generated a kind of political sphere with a certain degree of legitimacy. And of course, it has resulted in the elevation and ascendance, both in military terms, but also in terms of domestic security and the domestic economy of the Revolutionary Guard. Finally, I want to speak to what I think is ultimately the most important factor when it comes to the Iranian leadership, and that is the perception of regime security. And the way that the various threats are perceived is very much through this lens of a conviction that the world is implacably aligned against Iran, that the threat of an organization like the Taliban a decade or two ago, or the Islamic State today, is not purely a sort of threat that emerges from ungoverned territories and lack of opportunity and extremist ideologies, but in fact a deliberately orchestrated conspiracy to try to create disorder within the broader world of Islam, and specifically to try to undermine and ideally oust the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this sense of conspiratorial intent, of course, is directed most specifically at the United States via what is seen as the proxy role of regional powers, particularly Saudi Arabia in most recent light. And I think that inevitably is a critical dimension of the way that Iran has formulated its strategic doctrine. There has been, at least since the early days in the kind of consolidation of the post-revolutionary state and security bureaucracy, a presumption that the best defense is a good offense, that compromise is akin or will be read and interpreted as an invitation to greater pressure. And so Iran tends to counterattack rather than conciliate. Iran tends to see strength in outreach and intervention rather than in a more insular approach. Finally, I just want to speak to a couple of key issues that I think you'll hear more about over the course of the day in terms of the kind of evolution in the way that we're seeing some of these factors play out in Iran's regional and foreign policy. The first, and I saw Matt McGinnis in the back of the room somewhere. I know he's speaking later, and we'll speak to this in greater depth. But what has happened is, I think almost unnoticed, at least in much of the pundit class in Washington, is a real sea change in the way that Iran conducts its regional interventions. A shift from a reliance on asymmetric tools of foreign policy to one that is much more an expeditionary force, and exposes Iran, I think, to much greater expectations and obligations in terms of its long-term role in post-conflict societies, but also the perception that has clearly been generated among many of its neighbors that Iran has now become an imperialist power rather than an anti-status quo power. These are very different sorts of things. The other issue I wanted to point to is the increasing and depth and importance of the strategic partnership that has been developed between Iran and Russia. And finally, I think what we're seeing today, what we've seen really come to the fore over the course of the past several months, is a full-fledged struggle for primacy between Iran and its neighbors. This has always been, to some extent, the case. There's been a fluid balance of power, at least since the British left the Middle East. But in many ways, I think the sort of assertiveness and effort to impose strategic discipline that has been exerted by Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudis over the course of recent weeks suggests a new willingness on the part of at least one Arab player to take on the Iranians directly and head on to try to contest rather than contain Iran's apparent ascendance across the region. And I think that has serious risks of escalation, and look forward to greater discussion around all these issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne. Let me follow up with a couple of questions. The first is, does the president matter? President Rouhani and his team and the people who voted for him and so on. Does he matter in foreign policy, whether it's towards the Middle East or international, in terms of everything you talked about? Secondly, you started off saying that they have a sort of a realpolitik. They may be the Revolutionary Guards more specifically, but then you listed a number of factors which maybe are not so much realpolitik, an imperial kind of maybe instinct, an Islamic Shiite, some kind of ambition or millenarianism, a strong resentment against imperial powers and so on, domestic politics and regime security. So I guess my question is, maybe I understand that as their approach is very power-centric, they respect power and they use power in different ways. But within the Revolutionary Guard set of interventions, whether it's Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and other places, as well as their sort of missile and military buildup, what is sort of the regional endpoint that they're trying to get to? Is it a set of undermined states with militias that they control? Is it getting to a Westphalian system, which doesn't seem to be the case? What is the context within which their ambitions make sense to them? And it seems to be a very disruptive vision that they have.
Those are both really interesting questions, and I look forward to hearing others' views on both those issues. I would say the first is a little easier. The question of the presidency. The presidency absolutely matters. I mean, think back to the kind of context for U.S. policymaking toward Iran during the Ahmadinejad administration. It's a very different sort of set of opportunities for a U.S. administration in terms of creating an international coalition or even any kind of consensus around the problem posed by Iran. So the president matters in terms of the kind of symbolic nature and the cast that is put upon Iran's strategic behavior. But clearly Rouhani matters, and each of his predecessors has mattered to greater and lesser extent in terms of actual decision making. I think of any of the past three presidents, Rouhani is best positioned to play a significant role. He spent more than a decade as the secretary of Iran's National Security Commission, which is equivalent to playing the role of national security advisor in obviously a very different system. But he was part and parcel of every security decision that was made essentially from the end of the war in Iraq up until the Ahmadinejad presidency, when he was largely pushed to the side. And so he has both a kind of investment in perception and institutional memory around these, but he also has the relationships with all of the members of the leadership of the security bureaucracy. This is not a man who's out of touch with the Revolutionary Guard. He's obviously out of sorts to some extent in terms of the relationship, but he is someone who is well known to them and they're well known to him. And so he clearly plays a role. You asked whether the people who voted for him play a role in national security decision making. I think that's far more obscure and far less meaningful, as it typically is in even a much more robust democracy. Our leaders are often making decisions that are not necessarily wholly in tune with the preferences of their population. But within Iran, clearly, there is no real mechanism for popular input or influence over foreign policy or national security decision making. In terms of the context and what Iran would like to see, I think that has been, in many ways, evolutionary. Iran is, the realpolitik that I spoke of, I think, is primarily opportunistic, that Iran is capable of retrenching when necessary, but where there are opportunities, even where they are heavily laden with risk, Iran is prepared and, in fact, inclined to move toward those opportunities and to try to exploit and take advantage of them. I don't think there is a single Westphalian left in the Middle East today, maybe in Jordan, I don't know. But I think the outcome that Iran is striving for today is wide as influence as possible, which is a kind of perennial goal. But clearly also to establish a kind of different relationship and a different future for Syria than any of Syria's neighbors, other neighbors, or than Syrians themselves would like to see.
Thank you very, very much. Dr. Kortesman, let me turn to you. Give us maybe a sense of what are the realities of the Iranian, military and paramilitary structures. What is the nature of that threat? Is it defensive, offensive? How do you see it? And in terms of Iran's neighbors, particularly in the Gulf, to what degree are they able to counterbalance or establish a balance? And whether the current GCC crisis relates to all of this vis-a-vis Iran. Your thoughts?
I would add to the comments we've already heard on Iran that you need to understand that Iran has had all of these postures since the time of the Shah, and when I was at the embassy in Iran in 1970 to 73. It also is a nation still largely dependent on many of the weapons systems that were being delivered back then, or that I was working on as projects which were delivered several years later. And weapon systems in general age in dog years. They are not something that you wish to keep around from the Vietnam era. The idea of Iran as a conventional superpower requires an awful lot of strategic illiteracy. It simply is not close to being a major power in that sense. I think the point's already been made, but it's an important one. They have a very realistic picture of the risks, of the cost of what happened in the Iran-Iraq war, of what happened in the tanker war, and our capabilities and how they've changed since. They have seen what we did in 2003, and they have seen us adapt significantly in our tactics and support of other states. So in that sense, I think you are talking about people who know how to use the politics of military rhetoric, but also have a realistic understanding. It is a divided force structure. They are pursuing a missile development program. It is making very serious progress, including in solid state, and particularly in precision guidance, that can give their conventional warheads effectiveness against point targets, infrastructure, and military for the first time. They're several years away from success, but this will be the first time that they have had significant offensive capability in a long time. It's not a military force organized to project power on land or sea outside Iran in the conventional sense. The JCPOA has deprived them of most of their near-term nuclear capabilities. There is a certain amount of indifference from both its supporters and opponents to how much nuclear work you can do under the terms of that agreement by way of developing a long-term breakout capability, but it's not the kind of thing that leads to sudden or quick surprises. Their asymmetric capabilities in the Gulf are a combination of missile, ship, and air capabilities. They are limited, but they are certainly highly effective over time against shipping, tanker movements, and a threat to naval groupings. They are not things that you can easily cope with. There is no capability as yet to deal with smart mines, for example. And these are a very real threat if what you want is spoiler or harassment types of conflicts. I think I would disagree in one sense with the previous speaker. I think it is very easy to walk away from spoiler or limited operations if you want to. You may not want to, but they aren't really morasses except in self-inflicted terms. There's always another spoiler operation after the one you're in, if that's all you want. And that makes things like the Al-Quds Force, train and assist, the use of proxies, an easy tool for Iran. It doesn't have to stay, and it doesn't have to occupy. But about Iran's overall weakness, it's a country that has a GDP about 1.5 trillion. That's for 82 million people. Its per capita income is remarkably low by the standards of the region. It's about 16,000. Saudi Arabia alone has a GDP of 1.7 trillion for 28 million people and a per capita income of around $54,000. In spite of all the talk about increased revenues, the latest estimates from the Department of Energy are that the cuts in oil prices dropped Iran's oil revenues from $99 billion a year in 2012 to $29.4 billion in 2015, and they've only risen to about $36 billion in spite of limited relief. I think, to put this in a somewhat different perspective, if you look only at the Gulf states, they're spending about $91 billion on military forces this year. Iran is probably going to be spending about $16 billion. If you look at arms deliveries because of sanctions, boycotts, political problems, a declassified estimate from the US Department of Defense puts Iran's total arm deliveries in 2012 to 2015 at about $100 million, and its new sales at about $600 million. To put this in perspective, the GCC took delivery on over $30 billion, and the sales were $84 billion. And Iran, while it has done some very good work in modifying equipment, updating, providing workarounds, the limits in its aging sort of military structures, frankly has done very poorly in overall military production. Once you cut through what are often, let's put it bluntly, lies, its actual military production of modern hardware has been very limited, and often those systems have shown poor development and poor systems integration. A little more critical reporting wouldn't do anybody any harm in these areas. It would take them years to acquire a modern Air Force, a modern Navy. It will take them at least several years to integrate the S-300 into their actual air defenses, and they will still be grossly overdependent on Vietnam-era systems. A lot of that armor, again, dates back to my time in Iran, and that time was some time ago. And then we come to the Arab Gulf and to the Gulf Cooperation Council. Well, the good news is that the United States has immense military capability. It has great experience in operating out of bases in the Gulf. We are forward deployed. We have substantial pre-positioning. And we can provide the ability to integrate most of the Gulf forces, particularly the more effective forces, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, into naval and air operations. And because of the way that they have bought equipment, which has been a combination of focusing on the glitter factor and the kind of toys for the boys approach to weapons purchasing, they have a lot of actual weapons and very poor ISR, battle management, communications capabilities. Poor individually in given countries, as the Yemen war has demonstrated, much poorer when it comes to actually operating as an alliance. Now, I was just asked to describe how the Gulf forces work together. And let me preface this with the fact you have some really excellent military elements in the Gulf. You have a lot of outstanding young officers. You've developed some really good civilian analysts. Your problems tend to be at the top, at the level of national divisions between countries and the tendency to focus far too much on buying weapons rather than real integrated military capability. So how do you put this into perspective? Well, I think most of you are familiar in some way with the American television show, The Game of Thrones. So how would this Game of Thrones be described? Well, first, there's no sex. Second, there's no actual violence. 3, there really aren't any interesting conspiracies. And one of the most critical defects is that you have no prince that is equivalent to either the scheming eunuch or the brilliant dwarf. You have a basic gap in leadership quality, and it is extraordinarily wasteful. I gave you some of those numbers just a moment ago. Frankly, you have an unaffordable force posture in a number of Gulf states. Oman is reported as spending 15% of its GDP on military forces. None of us can figure out exactly where the money is actually going. Certainly not to the level of modernization that would imply. Saudi Arabia is spending something on the order of 9%. Remember that NATO has trouble with 2%. Before the oil crisis, it spent nearly 13%. Its total defense budget is roughly equal to that of Russia. And for a country with the 2030 plan, that is an inherently fatal approach to defense spending. The UAE is less wasteful and more efficient, but it's spending more than Iran on defense. And its GDP is still close to 4%. Other countries all greatly exceed the levels we expect out of our NATO allies. And given a 50% cut in oil revenues, these are not things that countries under intense population and development pressure can really afford. People may talk about what a good thing it is to have $100 billion in arms orders. Well, if you want stability and development, and you already have a vast military lead, it is not a good thing. Not good for the countries, not good for the United States, and certainly not good for the people involved. What you have, too, is the hollow shell of an alliance. Any of you who have listened to the vacuous rhetoric you get in places like the Manama Dialogue get a pretty good idea of just how empty a lot of the planning is. There really aren't any institutions, even to match a relatively limited alliance like NATO. Interoperability is poor, standardization is poor. There is a general tendency to ignore many of the mission priorities that the U.S. has pushed for, like naval modernization in key selected areas. a long focus on the glitter factor in areas like missile defense, very poor air defense integration, a lot of which is a hollow shell when it should be effective, poor offensive planning, which we've seen demonstrated and become reliance on us. The war in Yemen is a warning that a lot more should have been done decades ago. And having watched this since 1980, let me say, time and again I have heard the right priorities from the Gulf militaries and the wrong priorities from their ministers of defense. I would just say, in terms of Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, this isn't new. And we have had decades of paralysis in trying to link Oman more broadly into the rest of the Gulf. We've had case after case where some minister or senior officer ended up throwing vast amounts of money in the wrong direction in a given country. Now, to be blunt, a certain amount of princely ass-kissing is inevitable in discussing the Gulf. But there's been a lot too much of it. People have been flattered for making the wrong decisions, and in part because a lot of those wrong decisions have been very profitable to us, at least in selling arms. And this particular episode simply borders on the childish. I have the hope that Secretary Tillerson's compromise will succeed. I have the hope that people will recognize that some of the complaints about Qatar's support of extremism were perfectly valid, but that as part of the compromise he has proposed, some of the countries involved that criticize Qatar will also take more steps to deal with their support of extremism. If there's any mantra that you could issue about the Gulf Cooperation Council at this point in time, it is that a number of princes may have reached adulthood, but it is time for them to grow up.
Thank you, Dr. Kurzman. Thanks a lot. Let me ask a couple of follow-up questions. You sort of describe Iran as maybe an overinflated tiger, whether paper tiger or whatnot, that much more overblown than it actually is. But at the same time, it has been able to project some forms of power in Syria and Lebanon and Iraq, attempts in Yemen, in a way more effectively than others in the region, maybe in less costly ways, less conventional ways. But within that context, and linking a bit to what Dr. Maloney was talking about, how do you see Iran's sort of security strategy? You sort of hinted that they're good at spoiling, at disrupting, not good at sort of real power projection and so on. Looking at Iran and where it's investing and what it's doing, how do you understand their national security goals? And then on the, whether it's the GCC side or GCC US side, why is it that neither the GCC nor the US have been very effective in containing or pushing back Iran where it has succeeded in deploying, given that it's not that formidable, in some senses, not that formidable a foe? What are we or they doing wrong, other than being somewhat of a hollow shell, as you said, in the GCC?
I hope the distinction, well, I should have hoped it would be clear. I talked about Iran's conventional military capabilities as being limited. I also pointed out that they had other capabilities, asymmetric, the ability to project, train, and assist missions like the Al-Quds Force, a focus on missile structures and asymmetric forces that they had done quite well. And I think we need to parse out Iran's capabilities. What I see in a lot of reporting is some very careless terminology and a tendency to describe Iran, in some cases, my favorite was the superpower of the Gulf, which probably implied that we had suddenly withdrawn from the Gulf and no longer had any capabilities left in it. these are different capabilities, and Iran does some things very well. I think, too, that when you talk about strategy, Iran has put immense efforts into creating defensive capabilities. I think some of the pressure for that is off, but the changes in its local defense forces, its idea of absorbing invasion and attack, its focus on air defense, its willingness to create a threat to the Gulf, which would affect shipping and potentially create the ability to conduct a significant war of attrition. These have significant defensive capabilities. When it comes down to projecting power, I mentioned the train and assist, the Al-Quds force. They have certainly learned how to export limited types of weapons with a very good focus. The missiles and rockets that they have deployed into Lebanon is a good example of very successful power projection. But again, it is a matter of looking at each of these capabilities individually. And in a lot of cases, when I use the term spoiler, understand you can't play a spoiler role unless you have a divided, weak, or incoherent opponent. Now, if you were talking about any of the unity that people talk about in the Arab world actually being even moderately effective, a lot of these actions would never have taken place. Mm-hmm. It takes a Lebanon. It takes a Syria. It takes a Yemen. It takes a Bahrain. And is the real threat Iran, or is it self-destructive behavior within each of those countries? And I would say that as long as you have that behavior, Iran will exploit it and use it. What are its ambitions? I don't detect that much difference from the Shah. If there's a vulnerability, they'll exploit it and try to use it. Mm-hmm. This idea that you have defensive and offensive strategies distinguished from defense plus opportunism, I think simply isn't realistic. Mm-hmm. And I think that we really, I'm trying to think back to the first time that it suddenly occurred to me that Arab is often a subtle synonym for disunity and sometimes for dysfunctional. Now, we're never supposed to say that, but every time I hear anybody talk about an Arab alliance of any kind, it always strikes me as being one of those terms like the international community or regional cooperation. You only hear it when something is going to fail.
Thankfully, you didn't say military intelligence.
Yeah, I was thinking he was going there, but thanks a lot, Dr. Cordesman. Ambassador Winnefeld, we've looked at Iran in the region. We're holding this conference on U.S. policy, U.S. Challenges to U.S. policy here in Washington, D.C. Tell us a bit about how you understand how the U.S. looks at Iran, the threats, challenges, and opportunities for policy formulation.
Okay. Thank you. You know, you're the second person to call me Ambassador Winnefeld. The first one was Nancy Pelosi in some sort of a hearing. So thank you. I'm walking on air.
You prefer that to
yeah, as Jerry would say. Thanks for the opportunity to provide a few of my thoughts on Iran. When I think about it, the first thing that comes to my mind is the difference in goals between the United States and Iran, where you have a very ambitious regional power versus a major power that's defending many different global interests all over the place. And there is an asymmetry there that's really important. Where our ambition or our goal might be something noble like a balance of power in the Middle East where everyone plays by the rules and there's no hegemony, there's no terrorism, there's no weapons of mass destruction movement, which is, of course, perhaps not achievable. The other goals, particularly of Iran and other folks in the region, are not only preservation of their regime, as Tony alluded to, but also extending now into economic, political, military, and religious dominance of the region. It's about as pure an example of regional competition as you can find anywhere in the world. Now, my recollection is that chess was actually invented in Iran, and they're very good strategists, I think, within their limitations. They threaten a lot, but they don't always carry out their threats. They will push if not challenged. And just as a personal example, the Shia militias targeting our troops in Iraq, we didn't challenge them on that, so they kept doing it. But they retreat when they miscalculate and are smacked down. And somebody alluded to 1988 when we did Operation Praying Mantis in response to Iranian mining in the Gulf, the Persian Gulf. And they backed off of that. They have no respect for international law. It's pure pragmatism. But they do know when to back down in the face of power. And I'm going to quote a wonderful author named Amin Malouf, who is a fellow Lebanese, in a beautiful book that he wrote called Samarkand. And this is Princess Shireen, Persian Princess Shireen, talking around the turn of the last century. We should have been patient and waited, used tricks, procrastinated, yielded, told lies, and given promises. That has always been the wisdom of the Orient. And that's about as good an encapsulation of the Iranian approach to the external outside world as I can think of anywhere. So this means that, as Tony did an artful job of describing the regional military balance of power, like most countries, they know they cannot compete symmetrically with the United States. So they choose to compete asymmetrically, and we have to be ready for this. So they're going to continue using threats and actual actions like mining, small boat attacks, cruise missiles, drones, terrorism, holding at risk our people in Iraq, exporting weapons to Houthis and Hezbollah, and mischief in the Gulf states, notably Bahrain, and also ballistic missiles as their sort of asymmetric means that they will probably present more of a threat than an actual in-motion action. They'd love to be able to bloody our nose, but they will only do it if it means they have to tolerate a small loss rather than a large one. So that's their risk calculus. So what do you do? I think the term asymmetric realpolitik is what comes to mind in my view when we approach Iran. We have to remember that we Americans love to have a nice, stable end state, preferably within a 4-year administration, so that credit can be taken for solving the problem. And we have to understand that some problems go back not only decades, but centuries and millennia, and are essentially insolvable to a beautiful realm of stability. So that's where asymmetric realpolitik comes in. It means changing behavior, but not necessarily changing a regime. There is an awful lot of talk being thrown around about regime change. I think we have to resist that. We've proven that we're not very good at that. We're very clumsy when we try to do this, not only in actually affecting the regime change, but most importantly, what comes after. We're just horrible at this, and we can't predict what comes into place after the regime change. But it doesn't mean tolerating what this regime is doing. It means pushing back hard. It means exposing misdeeds. It means clear messaging. It means international consensus, sanctions, consistency in response, but unpredictability necessarily in the type of cost that you impose. And it means not taking counsel of our fears. It may mean new interpretations of international law, and I'll give you one example of that. There's a UN Security Council resolution that prohibits Iran from exporting weapons to anyone. And the only way that Security Council resolution passed was if it did not have an enforcement mechanism, because China and Russia would have vetoed it otherwise. So now you have a rule that somebody can't do something but no way to enforce it. And as we know, most of you who are lawyers can say there are really only 3 ways you're allowed to use force in international arena. One is if you have a UN Security Council resolution that allows you to do it. Another one is if you are doing self-defense, including collective self-defense against an imminent threat. And the third is if another nation invites you in to help them handle some sort of an insurgency or something like that. And so if we're going to, say, prevent an Iran from exporting weapons to people we don't like to have those weapons, then we're going to need to be more creative about what self-defense really is and what imminent really is, and to get some help from our partners to ask for that kind of help, and to be willing to step a little bit into the gray zone of international law in pushing back. I will mention a couple of military things. I'm not going to repeat what Tony said. Just a terrific although severe rundown of regional militaries. I don't think they're that bad. I mean, Jim Mattis will call the UAE Little Sparta. But I will read you a quote about Iran's military. Again, this is a wonderful author named V.S. Naipaul, who wrote a book, Among the Believers. And V.S. Naipaul was sitting on the tarmac in, I thought it was Bandar Abbas, but I recently read that it was in Tehran. And he's looking out the window of his airliner, and he sees a couple of F-4 Phantoms take off. And this is during the Iran-Iraq war. And he says, later I learned that 2 Phantoms had crashed, and that the news was curiously sickening. Such trim and deadly aircraft, so vulnerable the inadequately trained men within, half victims, yet that morning obedient to the will of God and the 12th Imam and full of murder. And I think that's a pretty good encapsulation of where the Iranian military is, and we can get into more detail there. And I'll close by just giving you what I think are a few imperatives, because I was asked to talk about U.S. military imperatives in that. And I think the first one is to make sure that we are very closely synchronized in our actions with the other elements of U.S. national power and with allied and partner power in the region. To include, as I think, again, Tony alluded to, enhancing their true capabilities, not just the things that they're buying, but their ability to use them effectively. We also need to maintain our readiness in light of what I think was actually a decent nuclear agreement. It had some flaws, but we need to maintain our readiness to take out the Iranian nuclear program physically and make sure they understand that we can do that so that we don't have to. We need to be very, very clear in our messaging to Iran so that any action against U.S. interests will face that it will face a firm and proportional response, and then to back that up when it happens. And in that regard, I think, if you look way back to our presence in Iraq, had we taken some kind of kinetic small action against an Iranian interest and messaged them quietly that this is because your Shia militias in Iraq are targeting our people, they would have stopped. I'm convinced of that. We need to continue initiatives that will deny their asymmetric capabilities against U.S. assets and partners in the region. What does that mean? Continuing to grow our ability to counter their small boat and UAV attacks. Willingness to counter attacks against our personnel in Iraq, as I described a moment ago. Principled support for partners counting Iranian surrogates in Yemen and elsewhere. Ballistic missile defenses, getting a little bit better regional networking there, and also continuing to advance our own capabilities, because we're losing the battle on the cost curve there of expensive missiles shooting down inexpensive missiles, and there are some things we can be doing there. We need, as I mentioned earlier, be more creative in applying international law. Don't get trapped in an asymmetric conflict with them. I'd hate to see an aircraft carrier get trapped in the Arabian Gulf. We need to be wary of that. We need to be unpredictable also. We tend to have this 1.0 carrier presence all the time, which is exhausting and very predictable. I would rather see us with 2.0 sometimes and then sometimes nothing, and the Iranians won't know when that's either one of those things is happening. And we also need to make sure we don't exhaust ourselves. We've got an awful lot of force over there. When it looked a few years ago, everybody was nervous about Israel attacking Iran's nuclear program, and Central Command successfully argued to have 2 aircraft carriers in the Gulf. We sustained that longer than we should have, and it really wore us down. And so we have to just be very careful and measured in how we present them with military presence. And then we just have to be careful not to overreact. We have to maintain our own discipline in our rules of engagement. For example, when a little Iranian small boat harasses a U.S. ship, big whoop. If you really take some kind of really aggressive action against this, then we will respond in accordance with the rules of engagement. Let's make sure we don't start something unnecessarily. I think what this really means is maintenance of a very hard pushback against Iran, but not so much that we create unnecessarily conflict in the region or go down the road of what we did in 1953 and a number of other mistakes that I think we've made. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you very much. We have 20 minutes remaining, so I want to go straight to audience questions. I believe there are microphones roaming about. Let's start with the gentleman in the back. Your name and a quick question. We'll take a few questions and then to the panel.
My name is Ali Dad Mafinez. I'm West Asia Council. My question for the panel has to do with the fact that in Iran's threat perception, the one country that could actually invade it the one country that could actually undermine its regime is the United States. It's not Saudi Arabia, much less UAE or Qatar wanting to invade Iran. It is the United States. How could we take that out of the equation somewhat so that they lower their guards, so that maybe a different type of engagement and relationship might be possible in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Other questions, comments? Lady here. Microphone's coming to you. Go ahead, Laurie.
Laurie Milroy, Kurdistan 24. I was very interested in Dr. Maloney's comment about ties between Russia and Iran, and I'd be interested in her or anyone else expanding on that, why they exist, and why aren't the Iranians concerned, since there's been a historical Russian encroachment on Iranian territory, don't they seem to be concerned about that now?
Thank you, Laurie. Barbara? Lady in third row.
Thanks, Barbara Sivan from the Atlantic Council. Admiral Winfeld, it was nice to hear your comments on regime change, especially as the State Department has just released some new documents on the topic of the 53 coup. But actually, my question was about your mention of Iraq and not pushing back against the Iranians for the activities of their special groups and militias. If my memory serves, the U.S. picked up 5 Quds Force members in Kurdistan and held them for several years as essentially hostages, as a way to pay the Iranians back. And I just wondered why you thought that was not sufficient retaliation for what they were doing. I think the attacks on Americans stopped after that.
Thank you, Barbara. And the gentleman in the third row.
Hi, my name is Sheikh Tiri. I'm an Iranian student from Arizona State, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Admiral, for your distinguished service. My question is that Dr. Korsman elaborated on why Iran is an overinflated tiger. However, Iran has some advantages. For example, it has the second highest population in the region. It has an ideological aspect which empowers, in case of an conventional war, it's the only country in the region with senior military leaders who have fought in conventional wars and has some experience on asymmetric wars. And finally, it has an advantage of nationalism/patriotism only matched by Israel in the region. So I ask this as a proponent of hard power. How can we use soft power to weaken the regime domestically, at least the psychological aspects like ideology and the legitimacy that the regime has? For example, Mr. McInnes is here. We had, at AEI, there was a poll that showed one out of each 5 persons supported a version of rule by the jurist, which means at least 5 in each 5% accepts the legitimacy. How can we weaken these aspects?
Thank you. Another question that round? Yes, sir.
Yes, Beirut Arabi, I'm a member, Middle East Institute member. Just a comment and a question. The comment, actually chess was not invented in Iran, it was invented in India. The game that was invented in Iran was backgammon. And that has an element of probability and chance that kind of ties nicely into the cultural views that you usually see in Iran. Anyway, so the question that I have is, so we have a certain characterization of Iranians as, tricky and this and that and the other, Princess Shireen and this and that. They all go back to, we have examples of that going back to Haji Baba of Isfahan in the 19th century that provide an image of Iranians as very tricky people who cannot be trusted and this and that. My question is, over the last 20 or 30 years that we've been dealing with Iran, what are some of the examples of them negotiating and agreeing and signing an agreement with them, and then they go back off on that and not meeting their obligations legally through the international mechanisms that are available there.
Thank you. Let's go to our panel. Let me start left to right if you want to react to any of the questions. Tony?
Very quickly, I think that Iran's current concern with the U.S. invasion is far more limited than it was after 2003, 2004. For two reasons. One, I think that we have seen, and they have seen us see, that invasions don't always quite work out exactly as well as you plan, that they can be extraordinarily messy, extended. And I think also it was always questionable, as Iraq found out. You don't invade Iran from the coastline unless you wish to have the equivalent of a logistic and operational nightmare. It's a little difficult to invade Iran successfully from Kuwait, and it is rather difficult to invade it from Iraq unless you have created a massive capability to do it. I think where they are concerned and where we simply cannot alter the structure is we have an immense precision strike capability. We have immense naval superiority and air superiority. We can send in highly focused special forces and other missions where the opportunity exists in ways they can't always predict. And we obviously have, and this is at the far margin, a major nuclear superiority. And these are capabilities where I think they watch what we do elsewhere and see the superiority that the U.S. military can provide. And here I should also again say, because I may not have made it clear listening to Admiral Winfield, there are some really good elements of Arab Gulf forces, particularly in the air. And when it comes down to offensive air missions for conventional war or particular strikes, they have considerable capability. Iran and Russia, I think we need to remember that Russia has played Iran very well as an arms supplier now, basically since the Iran-Iraq war, always carefully rationing its arms, but keeping up relationships. We don't know where this is going, whether they'll provide larger supplies, but they certainly are the wild card, if there is one, in terms of rapid arms support, if they ever did have access to arms imports. I really find it hard to worry too much about pushback in Iraq. I think Barbara is right, and so is the Admiral. Quite frankly, it depended on which moment in time in which set of problems we were dealing with. And we perhaps haven't been as good at some moments as we have at others. I'm going to have to say that in an era of modern high-tech war, I find the descriptions of relative morale and ideological motivation to be, shall we say, somewhat uncertain, but they also are largely irrelevant. You are talking not about mass armies fighting on the ground, you're talking about technological ability to actually implement strikes coherently and effectively and relative vulnerability. Beyond that, I think I will defer to my colleagues.
Thank you. Admiral?
Okay, very good questions. Thank you from the audience. I don't know if I'll remember all of them, but I'll certainly try to touch each of them briefly. Trying to persuade an Iranian that the U.S. is not interested in invading their country is a bit like trying to persuade the Russians that missile defense is not about them. In both cases, very, very foolish for the U.S. to consider trying to do either one of those things. And I can't imagine a U.S. interest that would be so threatened that would cause us to execute a ground invasion of Iran to overthrow the regime. Notwithstanding the difficulty, the cost in blood and treasure vis-a-vis that interest, it's just about the dumbest thing we can do. And I think Bob Gates was very smart in saying anybody who wants to do a land war on Asia, including South Asia in this case, ought to have their head examined. But try to convince an Iranian of that, and I think Tony's probably right. Maybe they're a little bit less anxious about that than they used to be. I think you just have to keep telling them, look, we're just not interested in doing that. But I also agree with Tony in that we have considerable capabilities that can impose costs on them for behavior that is proportionate, as it should be under international law, that pushes back firmly when they violate international law or threaten our interests in a way that makes it appropriate under international law that we would respond. So we have to hold some things that they have at risk, but a ground invasion would be absolutely nuts. In terms of written agreements, very good question. I don't know an awful lot of written agreements that Iran has made with the, I hate to use the term, international community. Pardon me, Tony. We do know that it seems like they're adhering to the JCPOA reasonably well. I think it's in their interest to do that. They don't want to go back to sanctions, a snapback. If you view a nation's obligations as a member of the United Nations to adhere to UN Security Council resolutions, then they are in violation of those, clearly in violation of numerous UN Security Council resolutions. So I think that it's safe to say that they are a little bit untrustworthy in that regard. And I didn't mean my comments to imply that Iranians are that way. I meant it to imply that the Iranian government, the regime, and I would say maybe the Shah too, for all I know. Tony makes a good point there. But I don't have any sort of ethnic problem with many of my friends who are Iranians. In terms of hostages, very good question on that. We did capture a couple of their guys. We would never use the term and never did use the term hostages. They broke the law. They were responsible for the deaths of American soldiers. Well, then that government official was misguided and should have been held accountable for that. Frankly, we don't do hostages. But candidly, and I don't know that the attacks totally ceased then. I take your point. It's a good point. I am convinced, though, that it would have been necessary and proportional and in self-defense if we were to take out, and under the Obama administration, it would have done without any casualties, that sort of thing. Take out something important to the Iranians, and then you message them through the Oman regimes like, hey, knock it off. Okay, so I think there was a dispute there. The question of soft power is a really interesting one, and this gets to the elusive Iranian moderate, if I can once again quote Bob Gates. There really is a struggle going on inside Iran. Iran, as many of you know better than I do, is an immensely complex government and an immensely complex society. And if you look at the hardliners as mostly what I call the 79ers, the revolutionaries and the Iraq War veterans, an older generation, and if the moderates, if they can be called that, are mostly a younger generation, I still think that even the Green Revolution folks would push back very hard on a U.S. intervention. So I think the best you can do is to try to reward whatever moderate behavior comes out of Iran with soft power while holding whatever illegal or extremist or behavior against our interests with, if necessary, hard power, but definitely with all instruments of U.S. power. I think you have to keep that balance. And this is a long-term deal. It's not we're going to solve this in 4 years and take credit for it.
Thank you, Admiral. Suzanne?
Quickly, let me try to add something to the great responses that have already been given to the questions. In terms of the first question, which I took not so much about an invasion, but about this question of how Washington can or should be trying to change Iran's threat perception, I agree with Admiral Winfield that this is simply inconceivable. There's been an incredible consistency from Ayatollah Khamenei in particular, but others within the security establishment about the way that they view American intentions that has endured through very different conceptualizations of America's approach to Iran. And those changes, the differences in the way that, say, Obama versus Trump or Obama versus Bush sought to position the United States toward Tehran really had zero impact on the way that Iran perceived the threat to emanate from Washington. So I think in terms of the kind of existential fear that Iran has of the United States, that's incumbent upon Iranians to change, not incumbent upon Americans to change. And it gets to the question about soft power because, what people, especially in this environment, often overlook is that many in Iran saw Obama as more threatening to the Islamic Republic than the sort of bluster of Trump or even the kind of talk of military intervention in the early days of the Bush administration. That what Obama presented was the soft power threat, the cultural invasion, the possibility of American tourists and even potentially future businessmen coming and taking root within Iran, and that would corrupt the revolution from within. Look, I don't think that this is an American government strategy, and I think that ultimately, in terms of soft power, we have an incredible deficit when it comes to the Islamic Republic. Look at 53, for example, in which the Iranians have, cultivated this cult of Mossadegh, without ever mentioning his name, without ever sort of lionizing the man himself. They've focused on the sort of essential untrustworthiness of the American role, even as they have denigrated, the kind of secular nationalism that Mossadegh stood for. So, they're just much better at messaging their own population for obvious reasons. They have a considerable advantage in terms of information dominance within Iran as compared to anyone else. And so I think while it's an important conversation to have, I think we have to go into it with this expectation that there's no sort of psyops from Washington that's going to weaken the regime from within effectively. It's incumbent upon Iranians. I'll speak very quickly to the Russia relationship because I think it is important and obviously somewhat controversial even within Iranian circles, given the long history and the historical memories of the Russian acquisitiveness in terms of Iranian territory, but also in terms of Russian unreliability in terms of defending Iranian interests throughout the nuclear crisis, for example. I can only interpret the increasing and significant cooperation on Syria in a way as a sort of recognition on the part of the Iranians that we are no longer purely in a sole superpower world, and that maintaining options and developing relationships with Russia as well as with China are going to be important to its own maneuverability in the region. And just finally, in terms of in terms of the question of whether or not Iran has ever reneged on an international agreement, I guess I'd point to the 2003 Assad and then the Paris Accord. I mean, Iran explicitly abrogated the agreement with the EU3 to suspend enrichment, and that obviously escalated the nuclear crisis. That was a decision that was not taken by a single individual. It had across-the-board political consensus from within Iran. And it was done with a recognition that there would be consequences in terms of driving this crisis to the UN Security Council and potentially producing the very sanctions and international pressure that resulted. So I think that there is, we have to go into any kind of negotiation with the Iranians with the recognition that there may come a time at which the leadership decides that it's worthwhile to walk away from a deal. That the potential benefits outside of the agreement are preferable to the limited benefits within the agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Maloney. This really has been a very rich and nuanced introduction to the whole topic, and I want to thank all of our panelists. Before doing so, just in terms of the process, I understand that Senator Coons has now arrived, so we're going to, after concluding the session, set up that session. I would ask you to stay in your seats so we can do this quickly and get started. But please join me in thanking our panel, Dr. Maloney, Ambassador Winnefeld, and Dr. Courtesan. Thank you very much.
If I can, if we can go ahead and get started again. MEI is particularly honored today to welcome Senator Chris Coons from the state of Delaware, who serves as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee and Appropriations Committee. And I guess we should also express our gratitude to Senator McConnell for not screwing up your calendar any more today than necessary. Senator Coons has generously agreed to join us today to offer his own insights into critical Iran issues, including those related to two items that are currently on the Senate agenda. First is the status of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA, treating Iran's program and sanctions relief. And then the second is the Countering Iran's Destabilizing Activities Act of 2017. We look forward as well to hearing the Senator's thoughts on events in the region, including Iran's presidential election, tensions between the GCC states, and developments of the Syrian conflict. I'll have a few questions for the Senator here on the stage after his remarks, but both he and we want to maximize the time available for audience questions until he must return to the Capitol, leaving here hard stop at 2:30. So I'll stop talking and invite Senator Coons to come to the podium.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jerry, for the introduction and the opportunity to be with you today. And thank you for the way that you served the country and the State Department for more than 40 years, culminating with your admirable service as our ambassador to Yemen and a top official in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs. And my thanks to the Middle East Institute and to all of you, those of you who are serving or who have served in the State Department as civil servants or foreign service officers. We're grateful for all that you do or have done to advocate on behalf of the United States and our interests and values. And I'd also like to thank other members of the diplomatic corps and members of the press who are here today, and folks who either serve in our armed forces or who are part of the press corps or the nonprofit community that is so robust here in the DuPont Circle area. I'd also like to thank Tom and Adam and Ryan, folks on my team, who helped craft and focus my thoughts on U.S.-Iran policy. This afternoon, I want to talk about Iran's recent behavior and U.S. policy towards Iran. I'll discuss the current status of the U.S.-Iran relationship and how we have reached our current state of increased tension. I'll lay out some policy recommendations and make the case that war between our nations is not inevitable, and calls for regime change at this time are ill-advised. Tensions between the United States and Iran have increased steadily since President Trump took office in January. Both Iranian and U.S. government actions have contributed to this dynamic. Let's begin by reviewing Iran's recent behavior. The Iranian government has continued its ballistic missile tests. The regime regularly violates the human rights of its people. Its leaders continue to call for Israel's destruction and test just how close they can move proxy fighters to Israel's borders with Syria. In addition to Syria, the IRGC Quds Force continues to foment instability in Iraq, in Yemen, in Lebanon, and Afghanistan. Iran continues to fund Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad with tens of millions of dollars. As Ramadan ended, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei called the fight against Zionism obligatory for all Muslims. And last month, Iran marked Quds Day with large rallies at which protesters chanted the familiar "Death to Israel, Death to America." In May and June, U.S. military forces in the region, both in Syria and the Gulf, found themselves in very close calls with Iranian ships, aircraft, and proxy forces. And on May 19th, Iran held elections that I would say were neither free nor fair. Each of all of these different destabilizing or dangerous or disappointing actions has contributed to increased friction between the United States and Iran. Before we consider how the Trump administration has responded, it's important to acknowledge that the Trump administration's strategy review towards Iran is ongoing. As I understand it, the review is occurring in a thorough and professional manner, but we've already received some indications of the way that President Trump and his team intend to approach Iran. I believe the administration has taken appropriate action in a few cases to defend U.S. military assets and our partners in Syria and the Gulf. The April 6th strike on Bashar al-Assad's military facilities appears to have deterred possible additional chemical weapons attacks. These actions demonstrate to Iran and its proxies that there are consequences for challenging American military operations and international norms, such as the Chemical Weapons Convention. More generally, the National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Defense rightly caution against walking away from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or the JCPOA, at least for now. I believe they are correct in concluding that upholding the JCPOA and condemning Iran's behavior are not mutually exclusive. But I have grave concerns about how the Trump administration has handled other aspects of its engagement with Iran. Just 7 days into his term, President Trump fulfilled a campaign promise by putting in place a ban on individuals traveling to the United States from Iran and 6 other Muslim-majority countries. The Iranian government has taken advantage of this travel ban to accelerate its efforts to promote widespread anti-Americanism. Since the ban was announced, close observers of Iran have reported a widespread rise in anti-American sentiment among the Iranian people, who previously widely held a more favorable view of our country. The president further worsened tensions following the June 7th ISIS attack on the Iranian parliament. In his statement following that attack, President Trump said that states that sponsor terrorism risk falling victim to the evil they promote. And I frankly think it wasn't constructive to suggest that Iran invites ISIS attacks because of its government's actions. More broadly, President Trump has taken a one-sided approach to the region. His visit to Riyadh and reflexive support of Saudi Arabia in its feud with Qatar are at the broadest level counterproductive. Leaders in Tehran are boasting about how the ongoing GCC feud is weakening the anti-Iran bloc in the Gulf and unnecessarily distracting our Arab partners. The crisis hurts our ability to respond to Iranian aggression in the Middle East. There should be no doubt that I view many of Iran's actions as inexcusable, and I believe they require a clear-eyed and persistent response from the United States. But it's also apparent from the examples I've just cited that President Trump's actions have also contributed to an increasingly tense state of U.S.-Iranian relations. The question before us is, how do we craft a policy towards Iran that pushes back against its bad actions while avoiding counterproductive moves or inadvertent steps that lead towards a greater conflict? The Senate has already taken action to respond to Iranian aggression. On June 15th, by a vote of 98-2, we passed a bill to impose non-nuclear sanctions on both Russia and Iran. I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill, which will impose terrorism-related sanctions on the IRGC, hold Iran's government accountable for its human rights record, and allow for sanctions on supporters of Iran's illicit ballistic missile activity. This bill will take real steps to punish Iran for its unacceptable non-nuclear behavior without undermining the JCPOA. The House should pass it, and President Trump should sign it immediately. This brings me to the JCPOA, signed almost exactly 2 years ago. I supported the agreement, although I haven't shied away from pointing out where I thought it needed to be strengthened and in pointing out its challenges, weaknesses, or flaws. Despite its imperfections, the JCPOA has so far achieved its fundamental goal of freezing Iran's nuclear weapons program. The agreement remains in the best interest of the United States because it keeps our allies on our side. It helps us gather valuable intelligence on Iran's ongoing nuclear program. It allows for intrusive and sustained inspections. It sustains limited, useful communications challenges with the Iranian government. And it is one of the more successful global actions in counterproliferation. Let me speak specifically about the importance of these communications channels. As I suspect this audience knows better than any, for decades, the United States and Iran did not communicate directly, leading to misunderstandings and unintended escalation. I'm skeptical that the communications channels created by the JCPOA can single-handedly achieve any diplomatic breakthroughs, but they are critical to preventing miscommunication between the United States and Iran. And so I urge the Trump administration not to casually shut them down or cast them aside. We can use these channels proactively. We should use them to make sure the Iranian government more clearly understands which behaviors we find unacceptable, including, for example, violations of the JCPOA, provocative actions against our military assets in the Gulf, attacks against Israel, and Iran's ongoing support for the regime of Bashar al-Assad. We should also use these communications channels to press Iran to release detained and missing Americans, including Robert Levinson and Simak and Bakir Namazi. The JCPOA also buys us time while Iran does not possess a nuclear weapon. Rather than tear up the deal, as some have suggested, the United States should keep working diligently with our allies, as well as with countries such as China and Russia, that although being adversaries in other sectors, were our partners in this deal, to negotiate a successor agreement that will expand upon the current inspections regime. Some of the JCPOA's restrictions expire as soon as 8 years from now. So we need to think today about how we might monitor and constrain Iran's nuclear program after provisions of the JCPOA sunset. Sanctioning Iran and upholding the JCPOA do not constitute a fully formed U.S.-Iran policy. A third pillar has to involve maintaining and enhancing our cooperation with critical regional partners. We have no more important regional partner than Israel, the only true democracy in the Middle East. We must sustain our cooperation on missile defense and fully fund Israel's security assistance. Other Middle Eastern security partners, such as the UAE, have contributed to our fight against Iranian proxies, against ISIS, and against al-Qaeda. We should continue to support them. And if other countries are willing to partner in a manner consistent with our respect for the law of armed conflict and human rights, we should explore new and expanded ways to work together. Finally, in our rhetoric as well as our actions, the United States has to continue to distinguish between the Iranian people and their government. Rather than banning most Iranians from traveling to the United States or blaming them when they are victims of a terrorist attack, I think Americans should maintain our expressed support for the people of Iran. In May, Iranians once again endured long lines to vote in an election, even when they knew it was neither free nor fair. The people of Iran welcomed members of the U.S. wrestling team with open arms, even during our ongoing dispute over the president's travel ban. The Iranian people must know and trust that our concerns, our disagreements, are with their government, not with their culture or their religion. Before I conclude, I'd like to sound a note of caution about recent calls from some to pursue regime change in Iran. The United States will always maintain, must always maintain, our right to use military force to protect our interests and the security of vital regional allies such as Israel. But war with Iran is not inevitable, and regime change in Iran should not be the stated policy of the United States. For those who are suggesting such a course, even urging it, I ask them to be wary, particularly given our recent track record in Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya. Regime change, in my view, would be unlikely to succeed. I think we shouldn't stumble into a new conflict while still trying to manage our anti-ISIS campaign, our conflict with North Korea, the rise of China, and an increasingly and expansively belligerent Russia. President Trump himself called regime change dangerous and wasteful during his campaign in 2016. If we did pursue this ill-advised approach, what would the result look like? Would terrorist groups fill the vacuum created by instability inside Iran? What would be the impact on markets and on the free flow of energy and on relations with the West and throughout the Persian Gulf? More importantly, what would be the composition of a successor regime? Would an alternative government be stable and seen as legitimate by the Iranian people, or would it be more likely seen as a Western-backed puppet? There are far more questions with either troublesome or bad answers than there are questions with good answers in this scenario. I think if our recent experience teaches us anything, it's that we should consider what follows the use of military force in the Middle East and approach these decisions with humility. Let me conclude with a final thought. I do not trust the Iranian regime, and I vehemently oppose their behavior in the region. But we can respond effectively by passing and enforcing tough non-nuclear sanctions while maintaining engagement with the Iranian government and demonstrating support for the Iranian people. Today, the United States and our partners are showing our commitment to nuclear nonproliferation in the face of North Korea's ongoing missile tests and nuclear tests. I believe there is value in enforcing the JCPOA and demonstrating a viable diplomatic alternative to the pursuit of nuclear weapons. Calls for regime change or war with Iran are reckless. A collision course with Iran is not inevitable, and we can and must avoid stumbling into military conflict. We should preserve all diplomatic channels and exhaust all options before seriously considering any action involving military force. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and Jerry, I look forward to our conversation and to your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator Coons. Thank you very much for your comments. Just a couple of questions to kick it off before we turn to the audience for their questions. You had talked about the presidential election and noted that it was neither free nor fair, and that, of course, the options, the opportunities for the Iranian people to really choose representatives that reflected their own desires were very restricted, limited. A lot of people, of course, look at the election of Hassan Rouhani, nevertheless, as a signal that the Iranian people are really committed to and interested in a more moderate approach, an approach that's quite different from the hardline IRGC and Ayatollah Khamenei view of the world. How do you see the election of Rouhani, and do you believe that it opens opportunities for the United States to pursue some of the kinds of openings in the communications that you advocated?
So, as I said, we need to distinguish between how we view the Iranian regime and the Iranian people. Even though every single candidate was vetted by the Guardian Council, the 12-member panel stocked with loyalists to the supreme leader and committed to the preservation of the Islamic Republic, the Iranian people stood in very long lines, participated enthusiastically, and have now, I think, 2 elections in a row, signaled that they want a regime that is less repressive. They want a more open society. They want more contact with the outside world. And I think we should recognize and respond to the faith that they seem to be expressing in engagement with the world. But we also have to be clear-eyed about the ongoing actions of the IRGC, of the Quds Force, and of some of the more hardline elements in the regime. So I don't think an appropriate response is to ban Iranians from coming to the United States or to blame them when there's an ISIS attack on their country. You know, Iran expressed solidarity with the United States following 9/11. I do think there are ways that we can and should explore closer relations with Iran, but that's really best done in people-to-people exchanges while still being clear-eyed about the very real threat that the Iranian regime presents to our interests and our values.
Absolutely. And a little bit later on, of course, the first panel looked a little bit at the military challenges that Iran poses to us and to our friends and partners in the region. Later on, we'll be talking a little bit about how Iran is engaged in expanding its role, its influence in Iraq and in Syria and Lebanon and in Yemen. We're, of course, looking in the immediate period at what seems to be a very significant victory in Mosul, the defeat of the Islamic State, where both the United States and Iran had reason to take some satisfaction in the efforts that we've all made to achieve that. There is concern about where the Iranians see their future role in Iraq and whether they intend to try to establish in Mosul and other of the liberated territories a foothold that's going to continue to influence Iraqi behavior going forward. How do you see Mosul and what happens after this?
Well, I'm very concerned that we may repeat a pattern of winning the war and losing the peace. It is worth pausing for a moment and celebrating the fall of Mosul and a significant defeat of ISIS, really one of the most despicable medieval, in the most negative sense of the term, terrorist organizations in modern history. And the fact that we had sort of a shared interest in a common enemy, and that we've made real progress in liberating Mosul, we should celebrate. But I have grave concerns about what Iranian-allied Shia militias will now do. And in particular, I think this is an incredibly ill-advised time for deep cuts to the State Department and USAID. I think it was Secretary Mattis himself who said that we need to complement military resources, prowess, and success with investments in development and diplomacy. If we don't find ways to help stabilize and restore civilian rule in Mosul and quickly bring back some sense of normalcy, and yet assert our interest in democracy and human rights, I think we will all too quickly see Iranian power projection into Mosul and into Iraq even further. I'm concerned by previous Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki running for election. He seemed to me to rule or govern in a way that really aligned with Iran, and that led to a lot of his lack of success. And while al-Abadi is not perfect, he certainly has governed in a more balanced way. And I think that Iran's strategic objective of having a secure land bridge through northern Iraq, through which it can ship weapons and support to Hezbollah and to its allied forces in Syria, means that we have to really pay close attention to this and be engaged. We cannot simply say Mosul is liberated and walk away. And our diplomats and our development professionals are absolutely essential in this work, and that's one of the reasons on the Foreign Relations Committee and the Appropriations Committee I'm fighting to make sure that we don't, at this particularly pivotal time, enact the devastating and I think ill-advised cuts that were proposed in the President's budget.
No, absolutely. I can say from my own experience that unless you have a comprehensive approach to dealing with these issues, you never actually achieve a sustainable solution. You'll never get to the objective of defeating violent extremism unless you are prepared to commit for the long term to the kind of development and peacemaking approach that requires a robust State Department and USAID. Let me ask members of our audience, we have about 20 minutes for the Senator before he has to leave, and so let me offer opportunities to our audience members. We start here with this gentleman in the blue. We have microphones coming around. Please identify yourselves before you ask your question.
Peter Humphrey, I'm an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. My problem with the anti-regime change people is that you basically condemn hundreds of thousands of people to torture and imprisonment for generations, and that's unacceptable to me personally. So I want to know what happens when the Iranian people take to the streets in massive numbers, even massive numbers than the last time. Do you non-regime change people sit on the sidelines once again? Is it once again Hungary in 1956? Or will you actually help the young people who have indicated over and over again in both open and clandestine polling that they don't want this regime? Do you side with those people, or do you let it go on this principle of non-interference?
Well, I don't think I articulated a principle of non-interference. I think what I was suggesting was, if you look at the menu of challenges the United States faces in the world today, and in the context of a new administration that is proposing deep cuts in our capabilities, both diplomatic and developmental, I am concerned that there are those who are sort of banging the drum for a regime change effort now. So I'm not someone who is a non-interventionist in all contexts at all times. I agree with you that it is achingly difficult to look back at periods where the United States did not engage, as hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets and sought opportunities to participate in their society. But the outcome of the so-called Arab Spring broadly has been uneven. The United States' role in a variety of the conflicts that have come out of it isn't clearly positive. And I'd welcome input from you on how else you would suggest we engage with the Iranian regime. I think we're coming from a similar place of saying the current Iranian regime has human rights practices internally that are despicable and does not reflect the will of the Iranian people. But what I was trying to point to was, in a very difficult time, when we are overextended and under-resourced to confront really imminent threats, today, this year, this is not the time to be beginning a drumbeat for regime change without having thought through how we would accomplish that, what the consequences would be for the Iranian people and the region, and then how that would reflect on the United States. I think our recent past is not filled with examples of successful regime change efforts by the United States.
Okay.
That's all. Somehow I got 10 times as many questions.
Okay, let's come over here.
Thank you, Senator. Niaz Barzani from Iraqi Kurdistan Representation Office in DC. I think no one can deny the fact that since the 2003 liberation, Iran's influence has increasingly grown in all over Iraq, and the only part that Iran's influence is very limited is the Kurdistan region of Iraq, the Iraqi Kurdistan. Iraqi Kurdistan recently decided to hold a referendum on independence in September 25th, within 2 months, and the ultimate objective is to declare independence and secede from Iraq. This Iranian government has already expressed their strong opposition on this move, and we have heard a statement from the State Department that's saying the timing of the referendum is not good. I would like to hear your views on that and how the U.S. should approach this referendum and ultimate independence for the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Thank you.
That is one of the most difficult questions posed in the region. Because on the one hand, you have the legitimate yearning of the Kurdish people for a vehicle for their own political self-governance and expression across several countries, with the intense tensions, even conflict, that inspires with several countries. Obviously, most critically, our NATO ally Turkey, who is an essential partner in our work against ISIS. My predecessor in my current seat, Vice President Joe Biden, rather famously advocated for a reconfiguration of Iraq that would allow for more independence regionally, and was willing to publicly contemplate a redrawing of the lines that go back to the 1920s. I hesitate to endorse any initiative that leads to the dismembering of Iraq, exactly because I'm not sure that there is a way that the Sunni and Shia majority portions of Iraq remain viable or independent and are anything other than a field for Iranian expansion in the absence of the Kurdish portion of Iraq that provides critical stability. My personal hope, and I'm simply expressing my hope, is that Iraq could find success as a federal republic where the Kurdish people have the degree of autonomy, self-governance, and stability that could make possible if it were governed in an even-handed and effective way. I recognize that the experience under Prime Minister Maliki was not positive for much of the country, and a national government that really acts as an extension of Iranian interests or as a Shia government is deeply burdensome to the Kurdish people, and that the Kurdish people have fought valiantly and have in many ways carried much of the struggle of expelling ISIS from Mosul and are on the front lines of the fight in Raqqa. So the claim to having an opportunity at the outcome of this brutal conflict to self-governance is one that echoes in some of the most ancient and fundamental calling that people have, which is for self-determination. I don't have a good answer for what we should do next, depending on the outcome of the referendum. My gut instinct is to support the integrity of Iraq, but I would recognize, should you immediately challenge that point, that is simply freezing in place lines drawn on a map decades ago by now faded colonial powers, and that the legitimacy of those lines, other than once we begin erasing lines in one corner, then lines all over the world are questioned, the legitimacy of those lines is fundamentally a question, and that is one of the drivers of conflict in the region. But I appreciate the question, and clearly I have some homework to do.
Barbara.
Thanks. Barbara Slavin from the Atlantic Council. Senator, what is your view about what is going to happen in Syria? It seems that the Trump administration is basically going to cede much of the initiative to Russia and Iran and maybe maintain a small zone along the border with Israel and Jordan for whatever forces the U.S. is supporting, some sort of buffer zone. Is that how you see it, and is that the optimal result given what's going on in the region?
I don't know and can't speak to what the Trump administration strategy is in Syria. The Trump administration owes us a strategy in Syria, in Iraq, a policy with regards to the JCPOA and the U.S.-Iran relationship, and a clearer path forward in Afghanistan. I recognize that the first 6 months of the administration has been somewhat tumultuous. They've been distracted by some other developments. And it's one of the reasons I think that the State Department, Secretary Tillerson, urgently needs to fill that next layer of assistant secretaries, the sorts of folks who would be critical to providing the diplomatic side of that strategy. I'm someone, to your previous point about non-intervention, who urged more active, more aggressive engagement by the United States against Bashar al-Assad several years ago under the previous administration. Syria is an enormous tragedy. It is a great failing, I think, by the international community, and it has produced one of the greatest refugee waves in known human history, and it will leave scars that will last for generations. Finding a way that we can produce some stability, some cessation of violence, and yet hold accountable those who are responsible for atrocities on a scale unseen in decades would be my hoped-for goal. I don't see how that's accomplishable without an American role. I see America not as the only world policeman or essential country, but I don't see how our interests and values are advanced by simply allowing Russia and Iran to figure out what is most to their interests in terms of either sustaining the murderous regime of Bashar al-Assad or carving up the country into zones. I won't quibble with the prioritization of bringing ISIS to an end first and then addressing the challenges in the rest of Syria. And I recognize the intense difficulty of having Turkey engaged in a constructive way while still having profound differences in our view of the YPG and of the Kurdish people and their role both in Syria and in the region. But we have to be at the table, and we have to help frame the path forward. And we have to be invested in the recovery and the stabilization and the rehabilitation of Syria. It was one of the most remarkably multi-faith countries in the region, with an ancient and admirable culture known as a nation of learning. What has happened in Syria is something we should all grieve over, and that the United States could just sort of walk away and say we have other things that we need to tend to, I think just would not reflect well on the United States.
Okay. Let's go back here. And then take a few.
Mohammed Tahir from Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. My question would be about Afghanistan. What do you think of President Trump's strategy towards Afghanistan? What do you know about it? And the only thing we know so far is a few thousand soldiers might be heading to Afghanistan. Soon, are you in line with this idea? Thank you.
Often militaries historically have been questioned or criticized for fighting the last war, for preparing for the last conflict rather than the current conflict. And often political leaders define themselves in opposition to their predecessor rather than in the context they're in. President Trump, I think, in a sense of urgency to define himself in opposition to his predecessor, has made a big point of devolving to combatant commanders operational decisions, contrary to his predecessor, who he criticized, justly or not, as being over-engaged in operational decisions. I think it is the commander-in-chief's responsibility to devise, explain, and defend a strategy. I don't quibble with whether or not the combatant commander should be able to deploy forces or weapons at a certain scale, but a choice about whether we are committed to Afghanistan and will increase our troop strength and call upon our vital NATO allies, our ISAF partners, to sustain their engagement in partnership with the Afghan government, that's a commander-in-chief question. And that President Trump has really largely given that decision to the combatant commander or the Secretary of Defense, I think is stepping aside from his responsibility. And it leaves unanswered the question whether he fully supports a sustained and longer-term engagement. The challenge here is that in the absence of some negotiated peace and role with the Taliban that achieves a political solution, I don't see how peace is achievable within the next year or two or three in Afghanistan. And I'm waiting to hear articulated by the administration, what's their theory of the case? What is their strategic argument for how a few thousand more American troops will make a decisive difference? It's really not a few thousand troops, I don't think. I think what is being debated internally within the administration is an open-ended commitment by the United States. And my hunch is that we either will or will not hear a statement that the United States and our NATO partners are committed to supporting and sustaining the Afghan national security forces and the Afghan government, or not. And I don't think they've actually made a final decision on that. And I think quibbling over whether it's 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 troops is less important than that fundamental strategic decision. Are we committed for the long haul to ensuring the stability of the Afghan government? I don't have an answer to that question in terms of what President Trump, our commander-in-chief, believes. But it is also critically connected to our view of NATO. The only time Article 5 has been invoked was in defense of the United States and jointly with us in the conduct of this campaign in Afghanistan. And I think at a time when the President, not his Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State, who've made very forceful statements, but our President has not yet persuaded our NATO partners that we're all in NATO, we can't advance that argument in Afghanistan without also answering the question, are we really fully, firmly committed to NATO? I am, but I'm not the commander-in-chief. I'm just a senator. The person who is the President of the United States needs to affirmatively answer that question first before he can deliver a strategy for Afghanistan.
Okay. Let's take two last questions very quickly. Amal and the gentleman in the check shirt in the back. A short question, please.
My name is Amal from Lebanon. My question, I really appreciate what you said about Iraq, that you are concerned about losing the peace. That you're concerned about losing the peace in Iraq after the defeat of ISIS. There are reports today of revenge by Iranian-backed militias of the civilian population, and the UN Human Rights Commissioner spoke about that. What is the role of the United States to prevent this from happening and to prevent the repeat of what caused the rise of ISIS, that the Sunni population will feel now it's under threat? Thank you. And is there a role for Congress in that? Thank you.
Okay. And then this gentleman in the back, and that will be it.
Thank you. Aaron Zucker, Johns Hopkins SAIS. Senator, you and some of your colleagues have supported the JCPOA, but also supported sanctions to hold Iran accountable for its other activities. My understanding is some of your other colleagues have sought to use sanctions to scuttle the JCPOA. How do you thread that needle? How do we hold Iran accountable without sending signals that we don't support the deal? Thank you.
That's a great question. I'll talk to that first and then this second, if I might. That is a very important and delicate balance. I ultimately supported the JCPOA as the least bad option on the table. And in part, that's because the rest of the world community in response to American leadership, had over several years gotten to a point of imposing aggressive sanctions against Iran, concluding an agreement, and being in a place where they were ready to proceed. By the time it came to Congress and the Senate for review and a decision, after talking to ambassadors and security leaders from several of our vital partners around the world, I became convinced we didn't have the option at that point of leaving the table, going back to the beginning, and renegotiating a tougher, longer deal. Given that, I tried to be clear-eyed about its limitations and what it offered. Much of what it offered has been fulfilled, but we have to stay on it. We have to be diligent. We can't use minor excursions from the boundaries of the JCPOA as an excuse to walk away from it. We have to be diligent and thorough on insisting that the IAEA have the resources for inspections, that where there are temporary excursions or refusals for inspections, that we're on it and we're aggressive and we're engaged. And we should only break the agreement or walk away from the agreement when there is clear cause to do so. We won't get searching inspections, the partnership of most of the rest of the developed world, China, Russia, and the EU, our core partners, and we won't get the freeze on Iran's enrichment activities that this agreement made possible if we walk away. So we have to be clear-eyed about what the consequences are, because there are several of my colleagues who are actively looking to tank this deal and to go back to, I think, a trend line of inevitable conflict with Iran, which I hope I persuasively laid out is not in our short-term or possibly long-term interest at all. I think it is a flawed construct, but the best option we have. But we need to maintain our focus on it and invest in the intelligence resources, the diplomatic resources, the development resources to be successful over the long term in moving towards a different future and a different trajectory between the American and Iranian people. Lebanon, one of the things I try to express repeatedly is gratitude for the people of Lebanon, of Turkey, of Jordan, who have an enormous hospitality challenge because there are millions of refugees. There's many other countries in the region as well, but the immediate adjacent countries have taken on millions of refugees. And I am concerned about the stability within Lebanon and within Jordan as a result. We've got some very painful lessons from the conflict in Iraq and the ways in which you might have been able to predict the rise of ISIS because of what happened under Maliki and because of some of the revenge killings and the aggressive expansion of the Shia militia. I think the United States has both the opportunity and a responsibility to be engaged in ensuring stability and a restoration of something like a functioning federal republic in Iraq. The challenge is the patience of the American people and the engagement of our president and his leadership team. They have not articulated a U.S. strategy with regards to Iraq and Syria, but to do so without being clear-eyed about the ways in which the last conflict in Iraq, and I should say the last American engagement in Iraq, almost inevitably led to the rise of ISIS. To miss that and to repeat that would be to waste the sacrifice of so many who've been on the front lines of the fight that has now apparently liberated Mosul. The United States was dragged back in by the extent to which ISIS is brutal and aggressive. There will be another ISIS if we don't provide, in partnership with regional allies, some path towards stability and security for the Sunni people, the Kurdish people, and the Shia people, among many others, of Iraq. Iraq is a very difficult constellation of many faiths. I listed only 3, but there are, of course, many others. It's a hard puzzle to solve, but we can't repeat the mistake of winning the war and losing the peace. Jerry, it's been wonderful to be with you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you all very much for asking very difficult questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. We can only hope that the administration listens to our clear-eyed friends on the Hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we ask you to remain seated and allow the senator to depart? Thank you.
for a discussion about Iran's engagements in Syria and Iraq, obviously important and timely subjects. And to lead the conversation, we're delighted to have Paul Shinkman to moderate. And so let me turn it over to Paul for his introductions.
Thank you very well. Thank you all very much for coming this afternoon. This past January marked 15 years since George W. Bush's 2002 declaration that Iran is a member of the Axis of Evil, along with Iraq and North Korea, as a state sponsor of terror seeking weapons of mass destruction and one of the most nefarious powers in the Middle East. The revolutionary power has since played an outsized role in U.S. foreign policy in the region throughout the history of the global wars on terror, the Obama administration's efforts to open doors to it through the JCPOA, while it simultaneously tried and did not succeed to withdraw the U.S. from conflicts in the region. Now, under the Trump administration, Iran is formally on notice, though we have yet to see how such declarations align with any changes in America's foreign policy. So, what are the goals of Iran for its neighborhood? And how is it actively trying to achieve them? And how does U.S. policy, past and present, address Iran's intentions? Well, that's precisely what we're going to discuss today. I'm your moderator, Paul Shinkman, national security correspondent for U.S. News and World Report, and I would usually be much more long-winded, but I don't want to take any more time away from my distinguished panel up here on the dais. And allow me to introduce them. From your left to right, Mohammed Al-Yahya is a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council, where he focuses on counterterrorism and Middle East security, U.S. policy for the region, and violent extremism. He serves on the advisory board for the Future Trends in the GCC at Chatham House and was previously a fellow at the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies. Rhonda Slim is the director of Track 2 Dialogues for the Middle East Institute, our gracious hosts today. Has long experience in peace-building processes in the Middle East and Central Asia, particularly focusing on Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. She is a non-resident fellow at the SAIS Foreign Policy Institute. She has developed and managed a series of dialogue and peace-building projects elsewhere throughout the region and particularly in Iraq. Skipping over your moderator, Matt McInnes is a resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he focuses on Iran and its activities through strategic culture and military power, in addition to U.S. security and defense issues throughout the Persian Gulf region. He previously held a series of analytical and leadership positions at the Department of Defense, centering on those issues, among others. So the way that I would like for this to go this afternoon, I'm planning to ask each of our distinguished speakers a couple questions about some specific areas throughout the region. I'll ask a couple follow-up questions, and I'd very much like to turn over to you and hear what sorts of questions you might have. And of course, once we get to that time, we'll be asking for a question, please, when you do ask one. So please think of those now. So Rhonda, perhaps we can start with you, and let's focus on Iraq for a moment. We've reached an instrumental time with the declared liberation of Mosul. Iranian forces and Iranian-backed forces have played an instrumental role in that campaign. I'd be interested to hear perhaps just sort of a brief primer on what those forces are, the extent to which they have exerted some sort of power in Iraq, and how do you think they might complicate the post-conflict political reconciliation and the rebuilding?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you all, and I look forward to a lively discussion. And I think when you talk about these forces, they all, especially the pro-Iranian forces, they fall within the rubric called the Popular Mobilization Forces, which were formed based on a fatwa from Sayyid Ali Sistani, the Shia Marja, right after the fall of Mosul in June 2014. The numbers are, I heard a range of numbers for the Popular Mobilization Forces, anywhere from 100 to 130, 140,000. That's based on discussions, conversation I've had with Iraqi officials who are in charge of the Popular Mobilization Forces. Now, there are two categories of Popular Mobilization Forces. One that is pro-Iran, and then the other that is more, if we can call it Iraqis, that are either loyal to Sistani himself or loyal to Muqtada al-Sadr, the Iraqi Shiite cleric known as Saraya Salam. Now, what's the percentage of each category within the total of Popular Mobilization Forces? Some people say it is 60-40, some people say it's 50-50. However, going forward, which of these will be demobilized, which will these stay in place? I think it's a little bit early to say that. Even there have been talk about the Marja Assaid Sistani issuing another fatwa, calling on the people to go back to their home, because until now he refers to them as volunteers for the defense of Iraq, and so it will. So the argument goes that there would be a fatwa asking them to decommission, especially the older among them, the former former state employees among them, to go back to their job. However, what I'm hearing from the Marja'iyya circle is that they even themselves feel it's a bit too early to call for these people to be demobilized, that the threat of ISIS, is still present in some parts of Iraq. There are parts of Iraq that are still under ISIS control, and the expectation is that the fight against ISIS will last definitely through 2017 and maybe till the middle of next year. Now, the question about the Popular Mobilization Forces is something that is now it's a hot topic inside Iraq. There has been tension between Prime Minister Abadi and the Hasht leaders about the future of the PMF. There has been a law passed in November 2016 making the PMF as part of the security, structures, although an independent part of the security structure, but not allowed to play a political role. Now, what happens to the PMF is very much determined, in my opinion, by what Iran wants them, the role Iran wants them to play in, especially the ones that are affiliated with Iran, what role Iran wants them to play in the future of Iraq. And it will have repercussion both on intra-Shiite politics as well on Sunni Shiite politics. It's clear based on what we are hearing from some of the pro-Iran PMF leaders, people like Al-Muhandis, Qais Al-Khazali, Hadi Al-Amiri, is that they do not see they do not want to be decommissioned, that they see a future for the PMF. The recent debate between Abadi on one hand and the PMFs and the disputes over the future of PMF center around 4 to 5 issues. One is, under whose authority do the PMF fall? The leadership of the PMF, who's going to be the leader of the PMF and the deputy leader. The PMF leaders like Amiri want the leadership to be put in the hands of a political figure, whereas Abadi wants the leadership of the PMF to be a skilled person with a military background to be leading this force. The second is their role in the security of Baghdad and the security of the highway linking Baghdad to Jordan. The PMF leadership wants to have a role in that, and Abadi is opposed to that. And then the third is whether the PMF should play a role outside Iraq. And some of them have already, and are already playing a role in the fight in Syria, whereas Abadi is definitely, saying that, the role of the PMF should be limited to security issues. And then the fourth issue is the number. Abadi wants to bring down the number total of all the PMF to 80,000, whereas there is give and take over, how many of them will remain.
So Matt, I'll pose the same question to you. We've heard a lot about Iranian-backed forces in Syria. Most recently, the strike that the U.S. carried out against some sort of militia that was massing near Special Operations Force in Atan, for example. Give us a sense of to what extent these groups are indeed directly linked to Iran or acting in Iran's best interest. What are you seeing there?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Paul. what we're seeing in Syria, in some ways is very similar or different versions of what Iran has been building up over the years in Iraq and in creating various militias that are either directly proxies, that you can see legitimate command and control coming down from Tehran through the Revolutionary Guard Corps and Quds Force, through their representatives there in Iraq, on down to the various forces, along with others that, as Rhonda was mentioning, that are more nationalistic or more tied to Iraqi spiritual or political leadership. But Iran still controls one and works with both, and this is the dynamic that we've seen develop, what I call the Iraqi model of creating these types of forces and having that Iranianization of the state's security apparatus, which is a slow process, which you've seen in a different way in Lebanon for the last several decades, and it's developed, of course, in Iraq since 2003. When it came to Syria, Iran had to, in many ways, use a lot of tools that it had in its usual kit, but also had to come up with some new stuff. Because the situation there in many ways was more dire, and in particular, one of the things that I felt we missed a lot of times early on in our analysis, we collectively being the United States and some of our allies, the degree of how existential Syria is in the preservation of Assad's regime was to Iran, that Iran has to pretty much do whatever it takes to sustain that regime. And I think we early on had too much of an idea that Syria is a very close ally, but it's more of a marriage of convenience as opposed to something that is existentially linked to Tehran's regime and to Tehran's, from their perspective, survival and legitimacy. And because of that, they were also having to deal with a partner in Syria that was very flawed, as we all know. But it's not simply because of how awful Assad is, but also because Assad's forces are simply not capable of doing the job during the civil war. The interesting thing, though, is Iran felt it had to kind of come in and salvage the situation, but it realized its own form of typical amalgam of proxies, local forces, and more elite units that are more directly controlled by Tehran. That didn't necessarily work, and you see this period from 2011 all the way to the present day of steady amounts of escalation of Iran's involvement and what I consider creativity in how to make their old form of warfare that they've used, for years in Lebanon and then in Iraq, as well as make it work in Syria. And I think you've seen certain things that are very similar, like the PMF in Iraq. You have the National Defense Forces that are trying to mobilize local Syrian, particularly Shia, but also some non-Shia elements to augment Assad's forces. But they also, of course, had to create what we sometimes like to call the Shia Foreign Legion that has developed, that combines elements of not only their classic capabilities from Lebanese Hezbollah and their more established proxies in Iraq, but also kind of growing these new militia groups and being able to integrate them in some way and move them around the theater, move them from Syria to Iraq. Sometimes we now see them down in Yemen, and being able to rotate these types of units around theater. And then even that, though, wasn't sufficient. So Iran had to start looking at creating its, these mobile, basically deployed headquarters from the Revolutionary Guard Corps and even their regular army, the Artesh, to help manage do the training, equip, and directing of strategy. They started doing that, 2013, 2014, but by the time we get to 2015, it's still not sufficient. And then we enter into the Russian development. And what's been fascinating is, as Iran keeps trying to find ways to win in Syria, and it's a big question of whether it's truly winning in Syria or not, because it's never quite there, and feeling satisfied and feeling secure, that having the Russians come in, is something that, on the one hand is a new strategic dynamic for Iran. We haven't seen that kind of relationship with a world power since 1979. But also these groups and the Revolutionary Guard, both the militia groups that Iran is running and the Revolutionary Guard Corps itself, is learning from Russia and how to fight differently. And in the kind of Russian hybrid warfare that we have seen, from in Ukraine, some of this is versions of what they fought in Chechnya, and seeing that, intermeshed with what the Iranians are doing, the Iranians are having to learn ad hoc style, like they typically do, and how to succeed. And what's been fascinating is seeing this new form of warfare that Suzanne Maloney mentioned in the first panel, is this kind of new expeditionary warfare, because the old ways, the old asymmetric ways of fighting for Iran are just not sufficient.
Interesting. So Mohammed, let's go outside of Iraq and Syria for a second. We often hear about the sort of power battle in the Middle East as being one of the Sunni-Shia divide, as of Saudi Arabia and Iran competing for that regional power. What do you see as the countries that are most invested in containing Iran? How effective are they? And are they the threats that Tehran itself sees?
So the prevalent narrative that we've been hearing, at least over the past 8 years, is that the United States has removed an isolated third party in a regional conflict that's almost 1,400 years old between a Sunni power and a Shia power. And I think that's very problematic. First of all, because the problem isn't between Iran and Saudi Arabia. The problem essentially is between Saudi Arabia and the United States. When Iran attacks Saudi Arabia for the 1996 Khobar bombings, for example, when it attacks U.S. Marines in Beirut, these are attacks against the United States and not Saudi Arabia. If you were to go to Riyadh and ask them what the largest security threat for the kingdom is, they'll invariably tell you that it's Iran. If you go to Tehran, on the other hand, and ask them what the largest security threat for Tehran is, they will invariably tell you it's a great state and it's the United States. So the idea that this is a regional rivalry between Saudi Arabia, a country that wants to push forward the interests of Sunnis in the region, and Iran, a country that wants to promote the interests of Shias in the region, I think is very problematic. That's the first thing. When it comes to Syria, I think the strategic significance of Syria has been underplayed in Washington a lot. Iraq takes a lot of the spotlight, and Syria doesn't. Syria is very important for Iran, and I agree with my colleague when he mentioned how integral it is to Iranian policy. If the Syrian crisis is resolved and a government that is not pro-Iran is installed there, that will be the end of Hezbollah. They will not have access to ammunition. They will not have access to logistical support from Iran. There will be no corridor by which they can sustain themselves going forward. It's going to be slow. It's going to be a painful death, especially since we've seen them depleted to a great extent in Syria already. They've been losing thousands of fighters. And that's something that I think the Iranian regime is not prepared to do. Hezbollah is too important of a group for Iran, as a bargaining chip for Iran, and that's why they're going to protect Bashar al-Assad at all costs. And I think it's also worth mentioning that, the idea of a Syrian army there is no more Syrian army. It exists maybe in a little bit more than name. What we have right now is on the ground Fatimiyun, Zainabiyun fighters from Afghanistan and Pakistan. So these fighters are shipped into Syria by Iran. They're given stipends, and they're given the promise of permanent residency in Iran after they return. And then you have, that's the cannon fodder, if you like. Above them you have large numbers of military advisors, quote unquote, from the IRGC. And they're heavily embedded in the Syrian security service. And they're essentially controlling everything on the ground and moving these militias around. Hezbollah, the Fatimiyun and Zainabiyun, and the various other militias, and the remnants of what used to be the Syrian Arab Army. And of course, the Russians are on top of all of this. They control the air, and they exert a lot of political influence on Assad. But the idea that Assad still has some sort of sovereignty, that he can still make decisions in Syria, is very problematic, because on a top level, the Russians control a lot of the political process. And then when you look at the actual institutions in the country, they're heavily infiltrated by the IRGC. The IRGC is in control from the most simple and lower organizational mechanisms until the top of the security service there. I think also what's important to recognize right now, there is a deal being struck between the United States and Russia on Syria. I think what's most important to consider is that any area that's liberated cannot be left to be governed by the Assad regime. I think what the Assad regime is going to try to do is convince the Russians and convince the Americans that all they want to send is teachers or trash collectors or whatever it is, and that's it. As soon as they send anybody to Al-Raqqa, as soon as they send anybody to Deir ez-Zor, any area that's liberated, what that will mean is that they will exert total control over these areas, and we're back at square one. It's not a lasting solution. It is just going to ensure that this conflict drags on even further. I'm pretty sure the Gulf states have shown willingness to contribute to the post-conflict dynamics in Syria, to rebuild, but I don't think that this is going to happen either in Syria or in Iraq without ample assurances that the very elements that cause groups like ISIS to flourish are going to take root in the areas that are liberated.
So I'd be interested to go into a little bit more about why Iran is doing these things. Rondo, when you look at the forces and resources that Iran is putting into Iraq and Syria, do you see a master plan that is being carried out through these activities? Do you see opportunism, and the temporary solution happens to be these kinds of forces? Do you also see taking advantage perhaps of dysfunction, and Iran has a effective option that it can deploy, for example, in the form of the PMF, that might be more effective at taking territory than, say, a uniformed Iraqi forces?
I mean, Iraq has always been an important determining factor in Iran national security doctrine. There is a past of a conflictual relationship between Iran and Iraq, which has resulted in high level of mistrust, which exists today between at the level of the Iraqi and the Iranian political elites. There are challenges that Iran have always seen emerging from Iraq, mostly having to do with the diversity of the ethno-sectarian makeup of Iraq that has created challenges as well as opportunities for Iraq to mine those divisions, to project itself as an arbitrator among different competing Iraqi factions. There is also the cultural and religious weight of Iraq in the Shiite world, as well as in the Islamic world, that has also presented limits to what Iran can do in Iraq versus to what Iran can do in Syria or what Iran can do in Lebanon. Iraq has somebody called Sayyid al-Sistani. I mean, this is a powerful Shiite force that so far has been able to regulate a little bit the game that is being played among the Shiite forces. At the same time, also present, some kind of limits on how far Iran can go into the control it can establish in Iraq over the Shiite community. Such figure does not exist among the Shiite community in Lebanon. Such figure does not exist among the Alawites in Syria. And that's why who succeeds Sistani going forward is going to be extremely important to Iran, but also to Iraq, and to the influence that Iran can have in Iraq. Historically, what we know historically, but also since 2003, is that the factor that has been most influential in limiting Iranian sway over Iraqi politics is the health of the Iraqi political system. A divided Iraq, a weak Iraq, is a boon for Iran. When Iraq is strong, when Iraq is united, Iran has less opportunities to mine these lines of division that exist inside Iraq between its different entities. And that's why going forward, especially since the fall of Mosul, there is now a spirit of unity, you know, that is shared by the different components of Iraqi society. There is support for Prime Minister Abadi, who has shown a fair degree of independence, or at least willingness to stand up to Iran on certain issues, because every Iraqi Prime Minister knows he cannot or she cannot be in power or remain in power without Iranian acquiescence. I mean, that's a fact. But they can play on the margin. They can play on figuring out certain rules of the game, you know, that enable him and enable some of the political elites that would like to keep a certain level of independence from Iran, enable them to keep Iranian influence at least under check. And there are challenges facing Iraq going forward, which without the help of the Americans, without the help of the Arab countries, I think it's going to be very hard for Iraq on its own to shoulder. And that's why, as I know, we are still awaiting this, you know, Syria-Iraq strategy from the Trump administration that is going to supposedly be revealed, you know, any time now, any day now. But I hope that we have learned from our mistake in 2011 of a premature exit from Iraq and the price we had to pay, and the price especially Iraqis had to pay as a result of that decision. I think Iraq today faces a unique opportunity, but it's also a short window of time. You know, it's a whereby they can, with the help of Arabs, with the help of the Americans, can prevent from the establishment of a permanent Hezbollah-like structure in Iraq. It's a very short window of, you know, it's a very short window, and I don't think it's going to last for a long time. And so American assistance to Iraq security forces, to Iraq police, American assistance to Iraqi government in dealing with the huge economic challenges facing it now, Arab countries' willingness to invest in reconstruction of the territories liberated from ISIS in Ramadi, in Fallujah, in Mosul, is important in investing these countries in the future security of Iraq. And American assistance is important in basically sending a message to especially Iraqi political elite that they have a choice to make, that it's not only, you know, it's not only Iran that is going to be the arbitrator of the political game in Iraq. We have a little bit more of influence today in Iraq than we had pre-June 2014 because of the economic assistance, because of the military assistance, and how we are going to be able to build on that, build on the goodwill that many Iraqis feel toward the Americans now because of the assistance in fighting ISIS that the American forces have provided, is going to be important.
Matt, tell me what you see in Syria. It's a neighboring country, but obviously a very different situation. Does Iran see opportunities for cooperation? Is there more space for it to try out, test out, develop its own military, give it some experience? What do you see there?
Yeah, I think from remembering in the relative importance of Syria and how Iran is looking at it as both, as we talked about before, an existential issue, but also as they are experimenting there, and there are potential ways they can take, if they, again, it goes back to the issue of are they winning in Syria. And the thing is, you typically remind people they used to have access, to Lebanese Hezbollah via the Assad regime pretty much for free. And now they have to pay a very, very high price to ensure that. At the same time, in the last 6 years, as they've had to come up with new and more creative ways of doing that, they are finding that Syria is a place for them to grow militarily and to create new capabilities that can be potentially used, as we've even seen some degree of threat already, that this new, the new Shia Foreign Legion or expanded axis of resistance is going to be potentially used in the next Israel-Lebanon conflict. And it's part of the reason what's driving, some of the current back and forth, with us and Israel and Russia and Iran and kind of negotiating what's going to happen in southern Syria and the de-escalation zone. Again, a lot of what was driving, in addition to the things I've already mentioned, is that Iran felt after the Gaza conflict in 2014 that its deterrence against Israel via its proxy groups, including Lebanese Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and others, was insufficient. That they recognized their weakness that they had in influencing events inside the Palestinian territories and deterring Israel, including Israel's increasing missile defense capabilities. That's what's kind of driving a good portion of Iran's strategy in Syria, especially this acceleration of advanced weaponry that is going to Lebanese Hezbollah in the process and the attempts to establish something in the Golan Heights. All these things are seen as imperative for Iran to be able to deter Israel more effectively than it has in the last few years. And so I think that Iran has multiple things going on in Syria, and I'm afraid that if they look at this frankly as a war of attrition, I would argue, they have more will to stand there than anyone else, even if they don't have the strongest capabilities there in the Syrian theater. Syria matters more to them than any of the other external players that are currently, including us and the Russians and Turks and others. And so I think that they are willing to wait this out. They know it's going to be painful. They know it's going to be very ugly long term. But I think for the Iranians, they see Syria as the place where if we can survive, we will have new capabilities. We will have a new Syrian state that will have deep Iranian influence at many levels, and we will have this kind of new expeditionary force that we can deploy around the region, use that to pressure, to coerce, as well as deter our adversaries, not only Israel, but of course the Saudis and our other Arab partners.
Going to you, Mohammed, again, looking outside of Iraq and Syria, particularly when you look at strife, at any form of a regional strife, you often hear the word Iran bandied about. Most recently, we're witnessing these problems with the GCC, with the list of demands that Saudi Arabia and its bloc of countries have placed against Qatar over, apparently, Qatar's connections to Iran. Do you see that as part of a plan that Iran has in place to break apart these alliances? Do you see it as just taking advantage, or is it just becoming sort of a boogeyman among some people for laying blame?
I don't think Iran has any hand in what's happening in the GCC, and Qatar's connection or engagement with Iran is just one aspect of many that the quartet, the four states that are boycotting Qatar, there are long-standing grievances. They're 20 years old. There are severe disagreements in terms of counterterrorism strategy and counterterrorism policy. There's a lot to iron out in terms of that conflict. But it inevitably, a GCC that's not unified is definitely good for Iran. And the longer that this conflict lasts, the more Iran stands to benefit in the region.
So I'd be interested to hear about, now that we've sort of looked at what's happening in the region, how the U.S. can be more involved. Rhonda, you've talked a bit about the importance of U.S. Treating Iraq like the ally that it is, and the power that then comes to offset other regional actors. What tools do you think are at the U.S. disposal to contain Iran, to offset its influence? And do you think that we're using it to the full extent that we can?
Well, we need a strategy first. And then second, we need people on the ground to enable the implementation of this strategy. And we seem to be short on both. And so, and by people, I don't mean the military. I mean, we have tried the military and nation building, and that did not go well in the first round of, I mean diplomats, I mean people who can engage with Iraqis on the political, security, economic issues that they are struggling with. Look, if we compare Syria to Iraq, and if we compare about which of these two places the US has a shot at limiting, I mean, this rolling back Iranian influence, I think we should abandon this idea. It's not going to happen. I mean, Iran has too many equities in this part of the world, has been investing in this part of the world since for a long, long time, at least since the Iran Revolution, and has had a strategy and has been about implementing it since then. And so it's not going to give it up. I think limiting Iranian influence, I think it has a better shot in Iraq than it is in Syria. We have better intelligence, we have more asset, we have more leverage, we have more entry points. And as I said, compared to Syria today, we have more influence on the ground, for example, than before 2014. And Iran has a little bit less influence on the ground than before 2014. And again, this is a very, this is a short window where a smart strategy of US engagement on a number of levels, helping Iraqis deal with the challenges of be it the KRG-Baghdad relationship. We are the only country that can be a mediator in that relationship, and there is a need for a trilateral dialogue to mediate it by, of course, the US mediating the KRG, a dialogue between the KRG and Baghdad on the future, independence. If it is an independence, the terms of that independence need to be worked out and need to be. There is an assistance that definitely the United States can provide to Iraqi security forces that have proven their willingness, their ability to fight ISIS and to defend their cities. And that assistance needs to continue, in terms of advise, train, and equip. There is humongous economic challenges facing Iraq, and that's where United States bilaterally or through multilateral organization can help Iraqi government make the tough decision that they need to make in terms of economic reforms, in terms of dealing with subsidies. You have 1 out of 5 Iraqis today live below the poverty line. You have 9 million Iraqis that live directly or indirectly that are on the government payroll. You have 90% of the revenues of Iraq come from the oil sector. Even if the oil prices were to shoot up, there is not enough money that can come to Iraq from its oil resources to be able to meet the challenges. People need jobs. That requires hard structural reforms that people like Abadi have shown the willingness and the team around him to embark on, but they need some support, from the international community, from the United States, from the Arab countries, and then more importantly, the challenge of stabilizing the territories liberated from ISIS, and that should that responsibility should be taken up mostly by Arab countries, and the American and the United States government can help push, especially Gulf economic powerhouses to help with that financially, but also to help with that politically.
Mohammed, I'd be interested to ask you how some of the proxy conflicts you see taking place in the region, again, perhaps outside of Iraq and Syria, to what extent the outcome of those you think is going to define the future of Iranian influence in the region, looking at like Yemen, for example. How is the outcome of that going to affect the role that Iran thinks that it can play?
Sure. I think it's important to consider that Iran's regional proxy network is interconnected and operates to a great extent as one organism. A good example of this is about a year ago, North Korean missiles were discovered in Yemen. So these North Korean missiles were only given to North Korea by Russia. They were sold to the North Koreans. The North Koreans sold these missiles to the Assad regime. The Iranians were essentially rerouting resources from Syria to Yemen. Take, for example, all the propaganda that the Houthis use. Their strategy and their propaganda is all done in Dahya, in Lebanon. So the entire network is interconnected. They reroute resources as they see fit. And this poses a direct threat to Saudi Arabia. If you were to talk to a Saudi military official, what they will see is Iran at their border in both Yemen and in Iraq. There's a direct corridor through Iraq where they can deploy forces, both Iranian and Iraqi forces, and pose a threat to a border that's around 800 kilometers. So there's a real wariness of this threat, and countering it, I think, is at the top of the agenda.
Matt, my last question to you, and then I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience. What role do you think that the U.S. military has to play in containing Iran? When you look at the way that the U.S. has employed its military or not employed its military, you can see some indications that in terms of not providing airstrikes for the PMF, for example, or choosing to attack Iranian-backed militias in Syria that are coming too close to U.S. special forces. What role does the military play in terms of how the U.S. can shape Iran's role?
Well, I think, especially going back to Rhonda's last comment about the need for strategy, and I think this is one of the things that the current administration is taking a very hard look at about how should Iranian rollback, if you want to call it, or pushback, how that works, and then the role of the military and particularly special forces and other elements, clandestine elements, may need to play in that. And one of the things I try to point out too is that you're going to have to carve up. You can have a kind of a grand strategy, but you're going to have to kind of carve up the theaters a little bit more locally. That and recognize trying to push back, Iranian destabilizing activity and influence. On the areas that are existential to Iran's strategic interest, is going to be very challenging for us to be able to do that, especially through the military, because these are things that are very entrenched, and particularly when I'm talking about is, Lebanon, particularly southern Lebanon, and the areas under Lebanese Hezbollah control, the Damascus and the main corridor that Assad is keeping, and in western Syria, that I think Iran is going to want to preserve as much as possible. And then, of course, Baghdad and southern Iraq and anything along Iran's western border. These are geographically, as well as politically and security-wise, very much dominated, Iran is a predominant influence. And I think we have to look at those areas as mitigating and disrupting. And I think the military can play a role, particularly when it comes to preventing these areas from becoming worse. And you can roll in the Yemen situation into this as well, is because as we've seen the acceleration of some of these advanced weapons getting to Iran's proxy groups that are potentially changing the calculus. Especially if you start looking at certain elements of the Houthis getting, versions of land attack cruise missiles and other, shorter range rockets that can reach Riyadh. That's a huge game changer for us. The same thing with what's maybe going into Lebanon right now is something that the Israelis, as you know, are watching very closely. And I fear, frankly, on the side, the Iranians and Lebanese Hezbollah and most Lebanese politicians are not quite getting and understanding the Israeli red lines that are being laid out in the last year about LH's activities. But those areas, those are going to be tough for us to be pushed back, and especially from a military standpoint, aside from interdictions of weapons. The areas that are what I consider Iran's opportunistic growth areas in the last couple of years, which are particularly the Sunni areas of Iraq and Syria. We've talked a lot about the land bridge that may be emerging. These are areas that I think the U.S. is going to have higher rates of return on investment for pushing back, because these are not, one, existential to Iran, so Iran is going to be more sensitive to U.S. coercive pressure or disruptive activity. And so I think these are areas that we can, that the military can play a key role in. The other thing is, and I agree with Rhonda wholeheartedly on this, Iraq, in the bigger scheme of things, Iraq is the main fulcrum point for us to be able to shape the dynamic with Iran regionally. And that is an area that, the more we're willing to invest diplomatically, as well as ensuring that we do have some, military investment that allows some reassurance that there is going to be fallback for counterterrorism capacity, that we're not going to basically leave Iraq like we did last time, and because inevitably there's going to be ISIS, as we've heard, 3.0 emerging, 2.0. And I fear our current strategy, even as we celebrate some of the victories in Mosul and elsewhere recently, we are setting ourselves up to having to repeat this later if we're not very careful. And I think we need to look at the role the U.S. military plays in shaping and influencing the Iraqi army, and even to some degree the PMF, as you mentioned. The Iranians, one of the reasons that's driving the Iranians to change their military structure and posture to the degree that they are, is because they've recognized they were dependent in Syria on Russian close air support. And in Iraq, they were depending on American close air support. And these things, as I've mentioned from time to time, are frankly probably humiliations for Tehran. The fact that their inability to ensure vital national security interests without depending on the U.S. and Russia to save them is something that has, I think, had a profound effect on the psyche of the Iranian leadership. And is driving a lot of the changes that you've been seeing, particularly in the last year, at leadership levels, discussions about changing, military doctrines to be more power projective, more offensive, because Iran has huge gaps in its ability to project power over land and air, let alone naval is a different issue. And I think these are all things that the U.S. presence helps mitigate and can shape, but at the same time we have to recognize that as we push back, we have to understand the things that are really vital for Iran. Iran is going to push back against us, but I do think as long as we understand, if we have escalation dominance and we can communicate that, the Iranians have to understand, and Tony Kortsman talked about this as well as Admiral Wildenfeld earlier today, that as long as they understand that escalation dominance, the Iranians do not want to engage in a conventional war with the United States. And they sense that the U.S. military is there and retains its escalation dominant capacity. The Iranians are only going to push so far if they understand U.S. intent, and that U.S. intent is very clear.
So I believe that we have some microphones going around. If you have a question, please raise your hand. I'll call on you. Please identify yourself, and also if you have a question to a particular person. Sir, would you care to start?
Peter Humphrey, analyst and a former diplomat. There are two questions that we all need to see an answer to by the end of this year, I think. One is YPG is not an occupation force, hell of a fighting force, but not an occupation force. So they're not going to run Raqqa, and we sure as hell ain't going to hand it back to Bashar al-Assad. So give me plan C. Do we Berlin airlift the Free Syrian Army into Raqqa? I mean, that could work. And the second thing we need to see, oh my God, what are we talking about? Thousands of potential ISIS, Daesh fighters who are going to be rolled up here probably by the end of the year as they flee Raqqa to Deir ez-Zor, which is probably going to be the last stand of Daesh. Where are those guys going? Are we going to fly 2,000 Daesh fighters to Guantanamo, or does YPG get to do street justice on them? Just nobody has talked about that. So your thoughts?
Yeah, so what force is going to go into Raqqa? And what do we do with all of these? The military's options are die or surrender. Is that a good plan?
The issue, particularly when it comes to our, what I call the partner challenge that we have, and if you listen to any of the leadership from General Townsend there, or General Votel, or General Dunford, or Secretary Mattis, they will always, they recognize the problem with using the YPG, for example, and they recognize the problems of the Syrian Defense Forces, the SDF forces, and the challenge there. The issue is, they'll come back with, what else have we got to work with? What is the other option? And I think, some would argue that you're not going to have that type of occupying force you're describing, or sustaining force, without building up the local capability there. And this again goes back to the larger problem that Iran, helps. This is the reason why it's so concerning if the Shia militia groups start, managing the Syrian-Iraqi border and have a more dominant security influences in traditional Sunni areas. That creates so much insecurity and resentment that ISIS, Daesh, Al Qaeda. We keep forgetting that Al Qaeda is probably the other really long-term problem here. Can exploit and use in the future. But the challenge for us is, how do you work with those forces after what they, especially on the Iraqi side of the equation. The Syrian side, we have a other kind of difficult history there. But on the Iraqi side, we had the Sahwa, we had the Sons of Iraq, we had the uprising that we were able to work with in 2006 and 2007 and 2008. But there's a sense after kind of what we did in 2011 and beyond, that lack of confidence in the U.S. Among Sunni communities to stick with them. And I think this is going to be a huge challenge for us, trying to figure out what to do after Raqqa, after potentially Deir ez-Zor, even after Mosul, Tal Afar, all these areas that we're working on to clear out Daesh. Again, and that's reason, and as you mentioned, where Daesh is going, I mean, this is why I worry we're going to have to keep refighting this if we don't think through how to create a more stable situation that everyone feels like they have a security stake in locally, and I think this is going to be a big problem.
Well, I mean, in terms of former Daesh fighters, I think there are now officials, Iraqi officials, who believe that many of them now are starting to melt away in the Jazeera desert of northwest Iraq from where they started. And that's where they're going to, try to re-emerge, and conduct an insurgency campaign. The problem is not about Raqqa. I mean, the problem, definitely, there's a problem with Raqqa. But here we have Mosul that has been pretty much liberated from ISIS. And the Iraqi government and the international community does not have a plan for economic reconstruction of Mosul and of the Nineveh province. I mean, so Raqqa might take 7-8 months from now. We have now an immediate problem, and neither Baghdad nor the KRG nor the international community has a plan of how we're going to reintegrate these Sunni communities, how we're going to help with the reconstruction. It's Mosul, it's Nineveh, but also the record so far of reconstruction post-liberation in Ramadi, Fallujah is really not good. And so Iraq might have 1 year to 2 years, as a grace period, because people are willing to give the Iraqi government that much time to be able to get its act together. But if the Iraqi government does not get its act together within the next 1 to 2 years on the reconstruction front, on the security front, local security, on the economic front, I'm afraid that definitely we're going to see a reemergence and resurgence of whatever, ISIS 0.3, ISIS, 3.0 or 4.0.
I've heard military assessments that they're planning to use the model that they've built in liberating the major cities in Iraq as one that they could apply later to Syria. Does that make sense?
I think, Mosul, as we've seen, has been far more of a destructive campaign than we even anticipated originally. But I think using, we have in Iraq, it's a different situation because we obviously have very close, or at least long-standing relationship with the Iraqi army, with some of their special units and counterterrorism units, and for better or for worse, we have worked with or allowed the PMF to kind of be part of this campaign. In Syria, it's a totally different situation because we don't have a kind of an institution like the Iraqi army that we can reinforce through the campaign and put up as a a way forward to provide long-term security for the state. I mean, I don't think the forces we're working with right now really represent that. And so we may, from a tactical and operational standpoint, we may be taking some of these cues from Mosul and elsewhere as we move throughout eastern Syria. But I think it's, for us, we have a smaller footprint there, and we have our partner, our partner forces are even sometimes even more problematic from a political standpoint, even though they have some impressive warfighting capabilities.
More questions, please. Would you wait for the microphone, please?
Yeah.
Right behind.
Lori Milroy, Kurdistan 24. I have a question primarily for Rhonda, but for anyone else who would like to comment. And I really enjoyed your most informative presentation. I wondered, in respect of what Senator Coons said before this panel, and that Kurdistan should remain part of Iraq in order to contain Iran, whether that's a reasonable, reasonable way of looking at things. And then you talked about the lack of U.S. planning for Mosul. I wonder, it seems to me that U.S. officials are not looking at a situation in which there is likely to be, on September 25, an overwhelming majority for independence in the Kurdistan region. And in the disputed territories where this referendum will be held too, there may be votes for independence that suggest the disputed territories would rather be, some of them at least, part of the Kurdistan region than part of Iraq. So my question is, do you think that the explanation offered by Senator Coons, keep Kurdistan part of Iraq in order to contain Iran, makes a lot of sense, or is a recipe for further problems?
Somebody who has traveled to, Kurdish areas, have been talking to Kurdish officials, but also to average, citizens of the KRG region. I think the Kurds have checked out psychologically out of Iraq, and I think that train has left the station. And so I understand Senator Coons and the United States government position, because definitely a strong unitary Iraq is in a better position to stand up to Iran than a divided Iraq, that's for sure. But at the same time, there are certain dynamics on the ground which are going to be hard to reverse. And I think also, on the other hand, we need not look at the September 25 referendum as synonymous with the declaration of independence. I think the September 25 referendum is a point to start negotiations between Iraq, between Baghdad and the KRG on the future of their relationship. And these negotiations could go into a number of scenarios depending on how they evolve. Look, it's going to be a hard road for the KRG to, even if they get a majority in the referendum, to move forward right now with independence, not only because of economic difficulties, of the economic situation, but also because of the geopolitical consideration. And we have already heard Iran saying, an independent KRG is going to be a red line for them almost. And that's part of their understanding and their fear of how a disintegrated Iraq can provide opportunities for collusion between these independent entities like the KRG with regional countries as well as with outside parties, specifically Israel. I mean, when you talk with Iranian officials, they always talk about an independent Kurdistan within the construct of Ben Gurion periphery theory, and that this is it's going to be an Israeli and American satellite on their border. And so they're going to try, using as many levers as they have, including leverage they have inside the Kurdistan relationship with certain Kurdish parties, especially the PUK, for example. They're going to try to make, this kind of scenario very difficult and unachievable, or at least extremely costly to achieve. Turkey has also come out against this scenario, and these are the two regionals that matter really in this situation here. But I think Turkey can be, convinced eventually to support an independent KRG, pending certain agreement on the foreign policy of the KRG, the relationship that the KRG will have with Turkey, the relationship that KRG will have with Baghdad and with other entities, especially Sunni, and the disputed territories, because that has to be solved as far as Turkey is concerned. So, ideally, yes, a strong unitary Iraq is definitely a better, how to say, formula to limit Iranian influence in Iraq. But realistically, I think we can, keep saying or how to say, repeating this platitude of a unitary Syria, of unitary Iraq. But I think the dynamics on the ground, the psychology of the people on the ground, especially in the KRG, seems to indicate that it's time to part ways. But it has to be done under certain negotiated terms, and that's where the United States can play a role of mediating that dialogue between them.
I know Matt's going to have to duck out in a few minutes for another appointment. So if anybody has a last question for him before he leaves, do you have time for it, please? Gentleman in the suit. You, sir.
So the question that I have, we're, I think, a little bit too much in the weeds. If we pull back and look at the overall situation, so what is the interest of Iran with respect to Iraq specifically? It seems to me, based on past experience, and we have 1 million dead soldiers on the ground, Saddam Hussein with the support of the Saudi and UAE and all of that stuff. So the interest of Iran is to have a friendly government and an Iraq that is whole, not parts, pieces, and all of that. So that, to me, is a logical deduction that we can have from what Iran wants. Okay, what is it that the U.S. wants, other than cozying up to Saudi Arabia, playing sword dance, and all of that stuff? What is our interest in this whole situation? And once we define that, then how do we go about it? We're always in the, they came here, they came there, they did this, they did that. But what is the big picture in all of this?
Broad question. Does somebody want to take a stab at that?
Go ahead.
I mean, the issue for the issue for Iran and Iraq, vice how it plays its game and its strategy in the Levant and down in Yemen, Bahrain, elsewhere. For Iraq, it is an existential issue for the Iranians, obviously because of the border and their long-term interest in if they want to have that dominant leadership role, not only in a classic geopolitical sense in the region, but within the Islamic world and within the Shia community, that Iraq, as Rhonda had mentioned before, Iraq represents the key kind of counterpoint to Iran in its efforts to do so. And so I think that when you look at what Iran's strategy there in Iraq, it's a combination of the need to, that almost ideological competition that the Saudis are engaged in as well, and frankly, ISIS and Al Qaeda. Everyone's engaged in this: who's going to lead who's going to lead the Islamic world within the Islamic community. They all have different versions of this, and I think that the Iranians have a certain, political and ideological interest in this contest in Iraq, but you obviously have clear geopolitical reasons for their own preservation, especially after the recent attack by ISIS in Tehran. They know that that's going to be the main vector through which they're going to have increasing terrorism problems. And so I think that for the Iranians, it's a combination of both. Whereas in the Levant, it's a little bit more, I think it's a little bit more ideological because of the contest against Israel. And I think, but as you've seen them switch and move forces back and forth, depending on which one's a more dire situation, Iraq will get most of the effort. Sometimes it switches back to Syria by Iran. But ultimately, I think Iraq will matter more than even Syria.
Mohammed, let me put a bit of a spin on that question. What do you think are specific outcomes that the U.S. or the Iraqi central government might be looking for that would signal that they're having success insofar as they wish to contain Iran?
Well,
I think one of the biggest mistakes that the Gulf states made, especially Saudi Arabia, is that there was no engagement with Iraq after 2003.
Exactly.
You know, the mentality when you look at, when you talk to officials in Saudi Arabia is, you know, we told the US 5 times this is a bad idea, you shouldn't be going into Iraq, it's their mess, they deal with it. The US administration asked the Saudis to come and join the United States in looking after its interests. They could have went in, engaged with Arab Shias, engaged with Ashar more. Now there was engagement, but it wasn't enough. Today what's happening is that they're trying to play catch up. Whether that works or it doesn't remains to be seen. But just to touch on Iranian policy in the region, the tactics are important. We do have to talk about Iran did this there and did that there. If you look at the Hashd al-Shabi, there are elements of the Hashd al-Shabi that are not equally as barbaric as ISIS is. You know, there's no difference between putting somebody in a cage and burning them alive, like ISIS did with Mu'adh al-Qasasbeh, and Abu Israel, a Hashd figure, cutting somebody up like a kebab on top of a bonfire. I'm sorry for putting this image in your head, but this is one and the same. ISIS conducts attacks on Western capitals. We see them in Europe, we see them elsewhere. But if you look at people in the region, they view Iranian IRGC-backed militias as equally barbaric, equally problematic as ISIS is. And they're symbiotic. The only reason ISIS enjoys tolerance by the people in the areas that it controls is because they fear these Iran-backed terrorists are worse when it comes to Sunnis than ISIS is. So they benefit from each other, the Hashd these elements of the Hashd al-Shabi and ISIS, and this is the problem.
Rana?
Yeah, back to your question. I think it's also important to look at how Iran look at the threats now that emanate from Iraq. Because the principal objective of Iran has been for Iraq not to be a base to attack Iran from, be it by American forces in 2003 and during the American occupation of Iraq, or be it by regional powers using Iraq to attack Iran. I think today Iran is no longer threatened by a traditional military threat from Iraq, you know, especially with the Iraqi armed forces, the way they are structured. This is not the source of threat for Iran from Iraq. I think the source of threat for Iran from Iraq today is instability, is civil war, like was the case in 2005, 2006, is Sunni extremism, is disintegration of Iraq leading to the establishment, as I said earlier, of satellites on its border that are pro-US, pro-Israel. It's the Sunni community of Iraq. Although Iran has cultivated relations with some moderate, Sunni groups, but Iran looks at the Arab Sunni of Iraq as being the vector or as being the carrier or the implementer of an anti-Iran, anti-Shia regional agenda, or at least of having the potential to play that role. And so hence Iran's attempt to infiltrate itself in the security structure through proxies that it can control, it can trust. It's not necessary. I don't think Iran wants only a friendly government in Baghdad. I think Iran, given these source of threats, needs a subservient government in Iraq. And that's the struggle that Iraqis, especially within among Shia political elites, are fighting over right now, is what kind of relationship we should have with Iran, and how much of a role can we play in limiting that kind of Iranian influence Iran. And that's why I think going forward, we are not going to see disbanding of part of the PMF that have allegiance to Iran. This is their primary guarantee that Iran will never, in the future, be that kind of source of threats that I talked about. I mean, and it's going to be not all the PMF. Remember, the kind of groups that Iran works with are groups that distinguishes them from the other parts of the PMF, are groups that have that have given allegiance to Wilayat Faqih. And this is few of the militias that are now part of the PMF, not all of them. Definitely it's not Muqtada al-Sadr's militia. Definitely it's not Sistani's PMF. And it's definitely not all of the pro-Iran militias, you know, a good part of them. So these are the PMF that Iran is going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that they are not disbanded, and that they are not only not disbanded, but they are very well integrated in Iraqi security structure.
We have less than 10 minutes left, so why don't we bundle together a couple questions, and then we can go at it together. Sir, 1, sir, 2, and 3 right here.
Yeah, I feel like we do not, I suggest that we take a more regional approach to the analysis. I've seen a lot of talk about Iran, and I do not like the regime, and I think Iran is a hegemonic system. But what about Saudi Arabia? And the approach is taking toward Qatar and toward Yemen, a very devastating war. And so when we talk about Tehran, we are very assertive, whereas when we talk about Riyadh, we are very polite. I think only Professor Codman gave a subtle reference to the emirs who are men who are mature but not sober. And then there is the role of Israel and Palestine, an unresolved question, which is also the dynamics of Iranian presence in the region, which is not helping. So, and then there is the policy of Washington in dealing with siding with one side and against another. And why is Iran now the big elephant and the others are really okay? So I would just,
sorry to cut you off,
it's a
sir. Great.
question
So
of to be more
could the US afford to be-
regional in both analysis and conflict resolution.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Sir in the pink shirt. Salmon colored shirt.
I honestly don't know what the color is myself, but my question would be, during the Iraq War, Sadr was both very opposed to the United States, and even though he wasn't personally a big fan of Iran, accepted Iranian support. Whereas recently when I went to Iraq, now that the US has withdrawn, Sadr and the peace companies very much stressed that, unlike the other groups, they did not get weapons from Iran and were not particularly eager to work with them. And I think they even had a minor conflict with the Badr organization. So does the US now have an opportunity to work with not only Sistani, but also Sadr and his followers in a way that it didn't during the Iraq War?
So we'll limit it to those questions since we are short on time. But do you want to take that second one first, and then
Quickly, I think it's going to be hard, partly because Sadr's nationalist streak. I think it's going to be hard for him, given his brand, to work with the Americans. And in fact, you raise a very good question. Is once Iraq declares that all of Iraq has been liberated from ISIS, because now we have a number of battles still that are important, and the most important one, in my opinion, and the most difficult one that is coming up is Hawija, which is a very, very tricky city to work on, and where Daesh has had a lot of support from the local community. So once that happens, what's going to be the position of groups like Sadr? What's going to be the position of pro-Iranian militias? What's going to be the position of Sistani, on the American presence? Are we going to see a repeat of 2011 when basically Maliki, pressured by the Iranians, made it almost impossible for the Americans to stay there? Although I have to say that at the time the Obama administration was just wanting to get out and needed an excuse to get out, but then Maliki and the Iranian provided it. And because again, another objective of the Iranians right now, they need the American air support to help the Iraqi security forces defeat ISIS or liberate these towns from ISIS. Once that support is no longer needed, an Iranian objective, long-standing objective, is to deny I mean, or is to evict or to force Americans out of the region, especially out of Iraq. And so what's going to be then the strategy next? And that's going to be interesting to watch. And that will be in the thick, this debate will start right as the preparation are happening for the parliamentary and provincial elections in Iraq, which is now slated for the spring of 2018. So if the battle against ISIS is going to last that long, as many people are expecting, then this will be the time when then you are going to have all these political, Iraqi political figures trying to outdo each other about who's going to be anti-American more than the others.
So, Mohammed, you have the last word in perhaps a few seconds. Could the U.S. afford to be more critical of its allies, at least rhetorically, when it talks about Iran?
I'll get to that, but just to answer the other question that was asked first a little bit. It's my understanding that Sistani, Muqtada Sadr, and other Shia leaders, first of all, engagement with them could be through Arab actors engaging with Arab Shias. Direct engagement with the United States, I think, as Randa mentioned, isn't very doable. But also one must consider that Iran is exercising unprecedented power in Iraq. So even if Sistani wanted to come out and say that he's against certain elements of the Hashd al-Shabi, Shias will still join these groups, and he will just diminish his own position. And the same with Muqtada Sadr. It's very clear that Iran is already exercising power on the ground that diminishes the power of these actors to make meaningful decisions on these topics. In terms of the point about Saudi Arabia, I mean, Saudi Arabia is criticized a lot. But there is no comparison between what Saudi Arabia does in the region and what Iran does. I think this is the biggest problem when analyzing this issue. People think that there's false balance and there's asymmetry in the way we look at these countries. If Iran has 47 militias in Iraq, if it carries out bombings, if it does this and that, then Saudi Arabia must be doing the same. They must be funding ISIS. They must be funding Al-Qaeda. And this is plaguing analysis on the region. It's very problematic. In Yemen, for example, Saudi Arabia waited from September 2014 to March 2015 in order to intervene. They view it as their backyard. It was a major security threat. They intervened after a UN resolution. Comparing that to a country that has militias that are from right next to its borders in Iraq until Lebanon and in Yemen, a country that's sending arms shipments to Bahrain that end up in Saudi Arabia through the causeway, that have cells in Kuwait, that have cells in the United Arab Emirates. There's just no comparison. It is a false balance and it's a false comparison that's going to lead us nowhere, I think.
Well, with that, please join me in thanking our panelists for their time today. Thank you all very much for coming out.
just now on Syria and Iraq, and you heard some allusions during that panel to the further countries that we want to examine today, Iranian activism and activities in Yemen, Lebanon, and Afghanistan. To address that top cluster of topics, I have another expert panel and a terrific moderator, a good friend of MEI, who has been on our stage in the past, Ms. Joyce Karam, who's the Washington bureau chief of Al Hayat newspaper. I'll turn it over to Joyce to introduce our panelists. As soon as we'll give the folks another half minute or so to get back in the room. Thank you again all for joining us throughout the day, for sticking with us. We'll devote a final 75 minutes now to this panel. And Joyce, over to you, please.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, the true believers who stayed here. I hope it's because of the panel and not, although the weak air conditioning in this room. We're here to talk about a very important issue in the Middle East today. It's hard to talk, actually, about anything in the Middle East without mentioning Iran. The influence and reach of Iran seem to have only expanded in the region following the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and now in Syria and Yemen. So with me to discuss all of this is, I'm going to start from farther left, Ambassador Gerald Feierstein. He's the director of the Gulf Affairs and Government Relations here at MEI. I'm sure you've all heard about the ambassador. He's had been a diplomat even before Iran's revolution. He served in Pakistan, Saudi, Oman, Lebanon, Jerusalem, and Tunis. His last overseas posting was as U.S. ambassador to Yemen, where he served until 2013. To his right is Ahmed Majidyar, a fellow and director of Iran Observed Project at MEI. If you haven't subscribed to that, you have 10 seconds to do this now. Prior to that, Ahmed worked at the American Enterprise Institute, where he co-authored 2 monographs on Iran. Ahmed also taught at the Naval Postgraduate School Leadership and is a frequent guest on US and regional media. To my right is a good friend of mine, Aram Nargisian, but that's not the only reason he's here. He is a senior fellow at CSIS, where he extensively studies defense and strategic and military dynamics in the Middle East and North Africa. Aram is the guy to know, to text at midnight, 2 a.m., anytime. You have a question on anything you need to know about Lebanon, the Lebanese army, who's visiting, who's not, about Hezbollah, what's their strategy, what's their little tactics. I've done that many times, and I promise I won't share your cell phone number on stage, and we're live streaming. So I want this to be as engaging as possible, so I'm going to start with a broad question for the panelists, and then I'll follow up with you, but at any point you have a question, just raise your hand and I will go to you. So if we want to start broadly, and I'll start with you, Ambassador, how would you define the scope of Iranian influence now in Yemen? The same question will go to you, Ahmed, in Afghanistan, and then Aram in Lebanon.
What I would say is that Iran does not have an historic relationship with Yemen. It's a relatively recent arrival. It's a relatively recent intervention by the Iranians that really kind of came about the same time as the Arab Spring. That prior to the Arab Spring, Iran had some interest with the Houthis, with the Zaidi Shia, but it wasn't specific. It wasn't very significant, even in terms of the wars that were fought between the Houthis and the government of Yemen in the first years of the 21st century. That it wasn't a major player. But the Iranians saw opportunities in Yemen following the Arab Spring, and given the weakness of the government in Sana'a, they saw an opportunity to really become more deeply involved in the affairs there, and began. At least by 2012, if not before that, began to provide military assistance, training to the Houthis, and also began an engagement, a relationship with Ali Abdullah Saleh, who had been removed from office in 2012 and was looking for opportunities to get back in, and saw the possibility of establishing a relationship with Iran as one way that he could regain his power and authority. So it's really only over the last 5 years or so that we've seen Iran come in a significant way. Obviously, the question is, what does Iran want to get out of this relationship? Where do they see it going? And I would say that there are two specific objectives that Iran might have in Yemen. One, of course, is the ability to challenge Saudi Arabia's security and stability on the Arabian Peninsula, more broadly, not only the Saudis, but more broadly with the Gulf allies. And the second one, I think, and we saw this really at the end of 2016, when the U.S. frigate, the USS Mason, as well as an Emirati ship and a Saudi ship, were targeted in the Bab el-Mandeb, excuse me, that Iran might see some utility in having the capacity to interfere with commercial shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb, the passage through the Red Sea, in the same way that they have long aspired to be able to interdict shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and that if you can choke off those two chokeholds, that in fact you can affect the entire global economy, and that would be a good way for them to get some insurance against intervention in their own internal affairs, and to provide a balance against the international community. So they saw these objectives. They were able to take advantage of the weakness of the government in Sana'a, and they have achieved a broad objective in doing that. At the same time, they have also deepened their relationships, and as you know, the Houthis are not 12ers. There's 80 Shia. They're fivers, and therefore have not historically had a deep religious connection with Iran. But as part of their overall effort to deepen their relationship and their ties with the Houthis and others, the Iranians have also been proselytizing. They brought a lot of Houthis to Iran for religious training as well as military training. And there is a growing presence of 12er Shiism in Yemen now that has deepened the sectarian tensions in the society. So we have seen again that Iran, starting from a very nominal relationship, has actually expanded quite significantly.
To many dimensions.
Yeah.
Afghanistan?
Sure. So just a general overview of the Iran policy in Afghanistan. Indeed, since the U.S. intervention in Afghanistan in late 2001, the Islamic Republic has played both sides of the conflict. On the one hand, we've seen that Iran initially aided the U.S.-led coalition in toppling the Taliban regime. Iran played a positive role in the formation of the post-Taliban Afghan government at the Bonn conference. Successive Iranian governments, the Khatami administration, the Ahmadinejad government, and also lately the Rouhani administration, they have sought to cultivate very close ties with the Kabul government, both with President Karzai government and also with the current National Unity government in Kabul. And Iran also has contributed to Afghanistan reconstruction. But at the same time, we've seen that the Islamic Revolutionary Guards and its elite Quds force have provided measured and calculated support to the Taliban to undermine the US-led stabilization efforts in Afghanistan and to accelerate the withdrawal of the US troops from its eastern border, and also at times to seek political concessions from the Kabul government. And based on the accounts of the US military officials and Afghan officials, and also from the Afghan media, we've seen that Iran has not only provided the Taliban with weapons and financial assistance, but has also provided training on its soil to the Taliban, military training to the Taliban commanders and fighters in different Iranian provinces, mostly just close to the Afghan border, like Sistan, Baluchistan, Khorasan, and other provinces. And recently, both the US and Afghan officials say that Iran has deepened its ties with the military commanders in battling the Afghan government and the US-led coalition inside Afghanistan, and also with the political leadership. Based on the Afghan media accounts that I myself have been monitoring over the past 8 or 9 years, but recently, especially over the past one year, we see that Iran has provided more sophisticated weapons to the Taliban, not just in western Afghanistan, but also in southern Afghanistan, especially in the restive province of Helmand.
What kind of weapons?
These weapons include mostly Iranian-made rockets and IEDs. But what is also interesting recently is that Iran has also provided some Russian-made weapons. We don't know, it's not well established whether these weapons are somehow shows a collaboration between Russia and Iran to make troubles for the United States in Afghanistan. But we do know that more sophisticated weapons are coming. So the key question here is that why Iran is supporting the Taliban. Because for those people who are not following Afghanistan very closely, it is a puzzle always. Because after all, the Taliban is the ideological enemy of Iran, which is a Shiite state. Iran almost invaded Afghanistan when the Taliban was in power in Afghanistan. After the Taliban massacred the Shiite Hazaras and also killed Iranian diplomats. So why support for the Taliban now? Based on the statements of the Iranian officials and also Iranian media and also accounts of the Afghan officials, we can see that Iran has different motives. First of all, it's part of the Iranian hedging strategy, which is not just limited to Iran, but also other regional powers like Russia, China, because they're not certain about the future of Afghanistan, about staying power of the United States, what will be the ultimate result of the current Afghan political system. So they are trying to play with all sides of the conflict to ensure that their interests are secured. Secondly, it's about countering the Islamic State. The emergence of ISIS is a big threat to Iran, because Iran's eastern provinces, especially Sistan and Baluchistan, has long suffered low-intensity insurgency, and some of the population is vulnerable to recruitment. So that is second. And third, it's sometimes about political concessions from the Kabul government that Iran has tried but was unsuccessful to block the strategic agreement between the Obama administration and the Karzai administration. And recently, water has become one of the issues of dispute that Iran reportedly pays the Taliban to not allow the construction of some of the water dams along its border. But last but most important one is part of the Iranian broader strategy to evict the US military from the broader region. And that's why you see that contradiction, that on the one hand, Iran wants a stable Afghanistan and free of the Taliban, but on the other hand, they support those groups that destabilize Afghanistan to hurt the United States.
Around Lebanon, where Iranian influence seemed to be ahead of the curve before anyone else during the war, where do you see it today, with Hezbollah being the regional military giant, if you want, that it is? how do you define Iran's interests in the country?
Iran and Lebanon have a 500-year arc. And that 500-year arc between Iran and Jabal Amr in the south has traditionally been a clerical one. With the advent of the Islamic Revolution, you had a shift focusing mainly on creating deterrence vis-a-vis a new area of threats that the new regime in Tehran saw. We all know this. What this has meant in practical terms between the mid-'80s, when it was the Islamic Jihad organization, and then Hezbollah until now, is the closest equivalent for Iran of a sustained security assistance program to a credible, reliable, subnational actor partner. The closest analogy that I can think of in terms of capacity building over time to tie into a national interest would be some of the strategic relationships that the U.S. has cultivated in Asia and the Middle East, countries like Japan, Korea, and certainly Israel, when you look at the broader Mediterranean in the context of the Cold War. Today, what that looks like is an organization in the form of Hezbollah that has the benefit of about 35 years of uninterrupted or broadly uninterrupted military development, with only limits to that being tensions between not so much Hezbollah and any one group in Lebanon at the political level, but whether or not the Iranians and the Syrians could agree on what the scope of Iran's influence should look like, how deep it should be, and how they should accommodate Syrian interests. That's why you had the war of the camps in the 1980s. That's why you had tension between Amal and Hezbollah. What we see now with the decline of Syria in its own morass and civil war is more breathing room for Iran to engineer the kinds of relationship it wants long-term with its ally and proxy, an organization that for the time being continues to serve as its primary deterrent vis-a-vis Israel, that serves as a credible and stable threat not only to its Gulf Arab opponents, but also the mix of factions in Lebanon that not so much are weak relative to Hezbollah, although they are, but they are nowhere near as coherent on strategy, nowhere near as focused in terms of which resources to deploy, not only in the pursuit of their interests as an organization, whether it's a non-state armed group or as a representative within the broader Shiite community in Lebanon, than their competitors in Lebanon. That doesn't mean that Iran's influence in Lebanon has been complete or seamless. There are areas where they've had a very difficult time to entrench themselves. One of the assumptions in regional dynamics in the Levant is that because Hezbollah is so powerful, the main partners of the United States, such as the Lebanese armed forces, must be either manipulated or managed by Hezbollah and Iran. Interestingly, the Iranians have never been able to crack that nut. You do have a lot of pressure from Hezbollah and Iran to on the army to try to mitigate as much as possible its autonomy, its potential ascendancy, in an arc that spans back to the foundation of the army in 45. You've had the steady incline with dips. You now have an incline from 2012 to 2017 that does threaten Hezbollah and the Iranians that support them. But that nexus between Hezbollah being the preeminent political force in Lebanon, backed by Iran, with a military capability that spans not only Lebanon but the Syrian military theater, and at the same time a US trained and equipped Lebanese military that is multi-confessional, that includes Shiites, creates a level of complexity that the Iranians still haven't completely managed to penetrate.
Ambassador, I want to go back to you, but follow up also on what Aram was saying. Do you see Iran in Yemen trying to copy the Hezbollah model with the Houthis, and is that realistic for them? And to just, you mentioned something that Saudi felt its security was at threat. So if we want to look now, we're almost over 2 years since the war started. Was that a necessary war for the Arab coalition?
Well, certainly, your first question touches on one of the key issues within Yemen, and that's debated by the Yemenis themselves, and that is what exactly is the Houthi objective in carrying out these efforts to overthrow the government of Yemen and block the political transition that was launched in 2011. There was an assumption, I think, early on that, in fact, the Houthis did see themselves as a Hezbollah-like structure inside of Yemen, not necessarily that they would control the government, but that they would certainly be autonomous in their own region, that they would be able, through their own military capabilities, to prevent the government from intervening in their internal affairs and their own affairs in the northern part of Yemen, and also that they would have, if they didn't control the government, at least they would have a veto over government decisions that might or might not affect their interests. When they achieved their success in 2014, there was a question about whether or not their objectives had shifted, and that, in fact, whereas they had earlier seen themselves in this Hezbollah-like situation, that it might not have been now possible for them to actually control the government, and therefore their ambitions grew. And so it's not entirely clear now whether or not they would be satisfied with just being in that predominant but not controlling area that Hezbollah enjoys in Beirut. In terms of the Saudis, I would have to say that certainly in our own analysis of the situation in 2014 and 15, and Mohammed al-Yahya made the point earlier on that the Saudis had exercised significant patience from the time where the Houthis and Ali Abdullah Saleh's forces went into Sana'a in the fall of 2014 and really took effective control of the government at that point until March of 2015 when the conflict started. The Saudis did exhibit significant patience, waiting to see what was happening, supporting the UN efforts Jamal bin Omar was mounting to try to negotiate a new agreement within the Yemeni political context before they reached the point where they decided that their security and stability were at threat. If you look at what happened in those 7 months, approximately between the fall of 2014 and March of 2015, you saw the Houthis with Iranian support engaging in a number of provocative actions, calling for military exercises near the border, significant inflow at that point of Iranian military supplies as well as IRGC and Hezbollah trainers and advisors. And with a number of statements being issued by senior Houthi leadership that was directly threatening Saudi security. So certainly we shared with the Saudis a view that, in fact, destabilizing that border region was certainly an objective that the Houthis and the Iranians had. And therefore supported the decision on the part of the Saudis to intervene. Now, as you say, 2 years later, the cost of the conflict far exceed anything that anybody expected. And once again, you're in a situation, and there was a lot of discussion earlier on about asymmetric conflict, and the fact is that the Saudis are trapped in an asymmetric conflict in Yemen, where they have not been able to achieve military success, nor have they been able to achieve enough preponderance militarily to force the Houthis and Ali Abdullah Saleh to return to the negotiating table and come to any kind of a political agreement on how to go forward from here. So the costs have grown exponentially, certainly for the Yemeni people as well
and
as...
the humanitarian
humanitarian disaster. 300,000 cases of cholera now, and 17 million people in significant food shortages and malnutrition. I mean, the cost to the Yemeni people has been enormous. And the cost to Saudi Arabia has been enormous. And if you look at the situation of the missiles that have come across the border from Yemen, the fact that they've been forced to evacuate a number of cities along the border, that Najran and Jazan are basically uninhabitable because of the Houthi attacks across the border. These are not insignificant costs to Saudi Arabia as well. So the situation is quite different. My own sense is that the Saudis would welcome a political resolution. They would welcome the success of a UN initiative, but so far neither side within the Yemeni political context has yet felt the need to reach that solution.
But that solution, if it were to happen, do you see it more likely in a deal struck with the Houthis or with Saleh?
No, I think that you need to have a deal with the Houthis. As far as I'm concerned, Ali Abdullah Saleh is the principal cause that we're in this conflict today. I would say that Ali Abdullah Saleh is more responsible for the war than the Houthis are. And I don't see that there can ever be stability in Yemen as long as Saleh is there. If Saleh is to return, then basically what you're saying is that after 6 years of sacrifice and suffering, the Yemeni people will be right back to where they started in 2011.
Ahmed, Iran seemed to have an extraordinary ability in recruiting locals and sending them to conflicts or arming them in their own countries. We're seeing a new phenomena almost with Afghanis being recruited to go fight in Aleppo. What does that make sense for you in reading Iranian policy, and if you can explain it more for us?
Yeah, the recruitment of the Afghans, largely from the refugee community inside Iran. There are about 3 million Afghans living inside Iran. About 1 million of that are registered as refugees, while the other 2 million, they're either migrant workers, a small number of them, but the others are just illegal workers. So that started 5 years ago when Iran stepped up its effort to prop up the Assad regime in Syria. And over the past 5 years, Iran has recruited, indoctrinated, funded, mobilized, and deployed thousands of the Afghan Shiites, Hazaras, to fight in Syria. In Iran, they are called defenders of shrines because most of them, they are told that they would go to mostly Damascus area and they would defend the sacred shrines of the Shiites and Islam. But once they go, they are mostly just on the front line. As you mentioned, they have fought in Aleppo, they have fought in Homs, and recently they have been deployed also to southeastern Syria, along with Hezbollah. And we don't know the exact number of they are called the Fatimian Division because they were first the Fatimian Brigade, but 2 years ago, because of the increase in their size and also operational capabilities, they were upgraded to division. And an Iranian army division has approximately between 10,000 to 20,000. So that we know at least that they are more than 10,000. And the Iranian officials say that there are about 18 to 20,000 Afghans fighting inside Syria. That number might be exaggerated, but even if half of that number is true, still the Fatimian or the Afghans make up the largest Iran-backed militia force fighting in Syria right now. And while there is a lot has been written about the role of Fatimian in different battles and the contribution that it has had to the violence, bloodshed, and sectarianism in Syria, not much has been written about how this could affect the security and the sectarian balance in Afghanistan and Pakistan once the Syria war is over and they come back there, because there are a lot of Afghans and Pakistani Sunnis who have fought in Syria on the opposite sides. And now they will come back with very sectarian and poisoned sectarian beliefs, battle hardened, so they would of course just fight each other in their respective countries, because there are also Pakistanis deployed to Syria. They are called Zainabiyun. So the risk is obviously there, and we already see the impact of that, because some of the ISIS attacks and also some of the attacks by the sectarian Pakistani groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Jangvi, that after they have targeted the Shiite communities in Afghanistan and Pakistan, they have mentioned in their statements that this is because of their role in Syria. So in Pakistan, sectarian violence is nothing new. It has a history of 4 decades. But Afghanistan, despite all the wars and civil wars and different wars, was largely spared of sectarian violence. So we see a new phenomenon there. And also, one thing that I'd like to add is that from my reading and monitoring of the Afghan media, of the Iranian media, especially those affiliated with the IRGC, I see that they are preparing the Fatimiyyun to fight in other regional conflicts after the Syria war is over. And that's, of course, not good for the stability and the sectarian balance in the region or for the U.S. national security interests.
Aram, you mentioned that the LAF, the Lebanese army, is trying to strike this balance in Lebanon to be a force for all the Lebanese, yet, perhaps have not confront Hezbollah. But you also said that Iran has expanded its influence. It has largely benefited from the Syrian war today. How much room does the LAF have to maneuver here, and how do you read the U.S. or the French or the British influence on the army?
If we were having this panel in 2010, I would have been very pessimistic. It would have been an environment where U.S. aid was recalibrating to a far more conservative level, far more focused on sustainment than lethality. The Lebanese military would have been on a path to being demoralized, because not only did they have to deal with the lack of action as they saw it, or no clear strategy to deal with the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah, but they didn't have a comprehensively focused response to the May 2008 clashes between Hezbollah and their political opponents in Beirut. So in 2009, you had a force that was looking for a purpose. Paradoxically, that also comes in parallel to the LAF's own gradual journey through its officer corps over time. Officers and personnel are like a glacier. And as that glacier moves, you see different vignettes into what's happening at a given point in time. When 2010, 2011 came around, it was about the time that the cohort of 1980, 81, 82, and other 80s cohorts of the Lebanese officer corps began to take up key posts of prominence. These were people who were trained by the U.S. in the 80s. They kept their heads down during much of the 1990s when the LAF was subordinated to the Syrian security apparatus, and coincidentally a time when Hezbollah grew exponentially. And when the Syrian civil war began, before the U.S., I have to be fair, the British identified, along with a couple of key partners within the LAF, a couple of areas where the military could stake a flag, could stake a position where it could say, we have a clear national security mandate. It isn't tied to the security politics of Israel. It does provide a net benefit in terms of stability in Lebanon and the region, and we're going to pursue it regardless of the mix of political factions that oppose it. And from that, you had the emergence of the Rapid Land Border Force. That was a very small-scale project that ballooned. It ballooned because when you see a little bit of tactical success, that creates a morale boost within the institution. It also shifted the focus within the U.S. to provide more lethal assistance and more technological capability to the LAF. A lot of this it does feel good if you're in the LAF to see this arc. But at the same time, all the contradictions that we talked about when it comes to Iran, not only in Lebanon, but also Afghanistan, Yemen, and other parts of the region are still there. You know, the LAF is going to act only as decisively as, number one, its leadership feels it can. This is very much a top-down force. Now, the current cadre of officers are from the 85 cohort. And the 85 cohort is basically, for me, the last of the Mohicans. These are the last guys who fought at a leadership level as junior officers in the Civil War. But it takes them time to figure out what it means to run an institution like the LAF. So you have a 1-year grace period that we're in right now, where they are figuring out what it means to deconflict with Hezbollah, what it means to deal with some of the legacy choices of the Lebanese military and civilian leadership vis-a-vis Hezbollah and Iran. There is an intent within the current cadre to make the LAF the preeminent national security actor in Lebanon. That's their long-term vision. How to get there and how to get the mix of political forces that have held back the military over its 70-plus year arc as an institution, and how to keep the focus in places like Washington, Riyadh being a critical example of a loss of focus. The decision to withdraw military funding was a self-inflicted wound for how the Saudis projected political and military power in the Levant. It demoralized people that they'd been working with, and it made it that much easier for Hezbollah to make the case that the Saudis and other countries are not reliable partners. The edge that Hezbollah and Iran have, beyond the asymmetric edge that my colleagues have discussed, is also the ability to say we are consistent, that you have a long arc of engagement, a long arc of focus, and other countries in the region and beyond do not. And usually the casualties in these types of scenarios are these emerging institutions. In the case of Lebanon, it'd be the military.
So basically, you're saying the Saudi decision of withdrawing the gift to the army that came at the expense of Saudi influence today in Lebanon, or did it? I mean, Iran offered after that to give aid to the army, but that was not taken. So, and I mean, the U.S. still gives the army $80 million a year in aid. So, if you can be just more clear, where is Iran's and Hezbollah's influence in the army today, and the impact of the Saudi decision?
So I'll work my way in the same direction you posed that. So, in terms of first the Saudi decision, all right. Very much, when you look at this in hindsight, we've had the hindsight of 3 years of analysis. And what you see is a Saudi that was disgruntled with a US and UK response to the Syrian civil war, and what they perceived as an unwillingness by the US and the UK to intervene decisively in September of 2013. And a lot of these dynamics, we look at it from Washington and it doesn't make sense. Why would you withdraw support? But a lot of this has far more to do with, at the time, punishing the US and the UK. There have been concerted efforts by both Washington and London to get Riyadh to reconsider its decision.
Because the money that was going to be given was going to be, they were going to purchase US and British?
There was a $3 billion tranche that was going to go solely to the French. And to the French, because of the disgruntlement with the US and the UK. In addition to that, after the August 2014 clashes between the LAF and ISIS and Nusra fighters, where the 8th Brigade hung on despite not being prepared for the fight, you had an additional tranche in the range of about $550 million from the Saudis. 90% of that was going to be for US sourced systems. The most ambitious of them would have been an acquisition path for M1A1 main battle tanks, that sort of thing. So from the perspective of those who have been building up this arc, it was very much a self-inflicted wound. Now on the Iranian piece, look, I've seen the list that the Iranians offered when the LAF visited Tehran. And it was a visit that they did against their better judgment, because it was weighing the optics of going to Iran versus the political ramifications at home of not going to Iran. When you get a list from Iran that basically includes a mix of aging ordnance and Soviet-era systems, mortars, some rockets, and some munitions, that put you in the tier of a lesser Eastern European country versus a major strategic repositioning, that doesn't translate to me as any real Iranian influence. Where it does translate is Hezbollah at the strategic level. Hezbollah and the Aliyev don't engage at the operation level. You don't have company level or even brigade level engagement. What you have is contact at the level of military intelligence that is principally for deconfliction. When it goes wrong, it's mainly by design from Hezbollah. And it's usually because they choose the time and place where they basically take the Aliyev on a journey that isn't of its choosing. We had that example very recently along the UN Blue Line, where the Aliyev only later understood the ramifications of what was going on. You had other examples of being led by the nose, so to speak, at the tactical level in dealing with the Asir crisis in Saida in 2013, the constant risk of that in Arsal, which the Aliyev has so far managed to avoid, but at the expense of Hezbollah taking credit for operations that it, for example, did not conduct. So, for example, doctoring photos and video showing targeted missile strikes by Hezbollah operatives, which are clearly from a fixed-wing aircraft, which Hezbollah doesn't have.
I'll come back and ask you about Arsal and what's the photos and everything that we've seen there. But I want to go to you, Ambassador, again, and ask you, how do you define U.S. interests today in Yemen? Does the U.S. have a channel with the Houthis? And another very easy question, do you think Yemen can emerge unified from this?
Easy questions.
Easy, yeah.
Easy questions. I think in terms of U.S. interests, clearly the objective is to support the UN-led negotiations that may resume in Kuwait, or what I'm hearing now is more likely that they would resume in Oman, Jordan, to try to work out a political path forward within the context of the GCC initiative, the outcomes of the national dialogue, and also the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2216, in order to allow the government to go back to Sana'a, reestablish itself, continue the political negotiations in Sana'a, to come up with a new interim government, presumably replacing Abdurrabbo Mansour Hadi with somebody who's acceptable, putting in a new government, hopefully with a very short-term mandate to complete the implementation of these agreements and get Yemen to a place where it can have an election and actually give the Yemeni people an opportunity to select their own leadership and move forward. The reality is that the GCC initiative is almost finished. Most of the major elements of the initiative have been implemented, and they just need to do a few more things. So if you can get the political process going again and get a limited agreement, and then also focus on addressing these humanitarian concerns that we talked about, to reopen the port at Hodeidah, to allow full shipments of food and medicines and other humanitarian goods to come into the country and get distributed without being blocked by the various armed factions, and then also taking some steps to try to stabilize the situation, get the central bank working so that you're distributing, funds are getting out into the community so people have the wherewithal to buy goods. These are the basic short-term elements of a solution that can stabilize the situation in Sana'a and allow the country to come back, to move forward again. I do believe that ultimately it's in the U.S. interest as well as in the regional interest to try to preserve Yemen's territorial integrity. That the concern that I would have is that if you don't retain unity within Yemen, there's no reason to believe that it would go back to the two states that it was before 1990. That in fact there are divisions even within the south, in Hadramaut, in Mahra, and elsewhere, that would not want to be part of a southern state again. And so that what you might end up with is not two states, but you might end up with 3 or 4 or 5 or half a dozen states, all of which would be politically insecure, economically not viable, and vulnerable to the continuation of the AQ threat that we have in Yemen now. So I think that we have a strong interest in trying to retain the unity. It should be a decentralized state, and of course the national dialogue addressed the idea that at the end of this process there should be a federalized state in Yemen that would provide with the Yemeni people with local autonomy and an ability to control more of their own lives at a local level. So,
would Iran accept this, though? I mean, can
well,
they spoil it?
So, in terms of the Iranians, the situation right now, if I were an Iranian bureaucrat who was tasked with writing a paper about how is Iran doing in its regional ambitions, I would have to say that Yemen would be one of the bright spots in my report. That you have to look at it and say, if I were an Iranian, I'd say that we're doing pretty well in Yemen. We have, for very little cost to ourselves, we have hamstrung Saudi Arabia. We have cost Saudi Arabia enormously financially, militarily. They've been embarrassed. We've created stresses and strains between Saudi Arabia and its key partners, the U.S. and the UK. So this is a victory for us. But the issue is, if you look at it from a slightly broader perspective, where does Iran go with this? What I would say is it depends, and I think part of the question is who's in control in Tehran. But if you have an Iran that's comfortable with the level of tension in the region right now, then continuing to press forward in Yemen makes a lot of sense. But if you have an Iranian policy that says we don't want to get into a shooting war with the United States, the best way to get into a shooting war with the United States is to continue to destabilize the region and push the Saudis and the GCC states into taking a more aggressive, hostile stance vis-a-vis Iran. So maybe it's not a bad idea for us to try to find ways to reduce tension. We saw a little bit of that in December after the GCC summit when the Kuwaitis went to Tehran carrying a letter from the GCC. We had a return visit to the Gulf by Rouhani, who went to Kuwait and he went to Oman. Javaid Zarif went to Qatar. And so, there may be some interest in Tehran about finding ways to reduce tension and reduce the prospect of having a hot war with the United States. And if you were going to make that calculation, the easiest way for Iran to do that, to reduce tensions, would be to support a political resolution in Yemen. Yemen is not important to Iran in the same way, that we heard that Syria is existential for Iran. Lebanon, you have 500 years of Lebanese-Iranian relationships and the huge commitment that Iran has made to Hezbollah and to its presence in Lebanon. You don't have any of that in Yemen. And if you were to make a deal in Yemen, then from a propaganda standpoint, you would say this is a win for Iran because we can demonstrate that we're the responsible adults in the region against the Saudi nuts who are, continuing to press the conflict. And also, there's nothing that would have a greater impact in terms of the regional aspects than reducing the Yemen conflict and getting that off the table. So there may be interest. I think it's worth testing the Iranians. There may be interest. There may be some prospect or capacity for Iran to be somewhat supportive of trying to find a solution in Yemen.
Ahmed, we keep talking about U.S. increasing troops level in Afghanistan. We are into year 16 now of the longest war in U.S. history, recent history. So, and then you look at what Secretary of Defense Mattis said, that Russia now is aiding the Taliban. So do you see where Iran comes in and where Russia comes in? Do you see now a joint threat to U.S. presence? And if the U.S. were to increase troops in Afghanistan, can that push against Iran?
To answer the first part of your question, the United States has two vital interests in Afghanistan. And first is to make sure that Afghanistan does not descend back to chaos and instability, or the return of the Taliban, or in the worst case scenario, even a civil war, that would allow Al-Qaeda to reconstitute itself, or the ISIS, especially now that they are losing ground in Syria and Iraq, that they find a new safe haven in parts of Afghanistan. And the second vital interest is that if Afghanistan becomes unstable, that of course has its impact on Pakistan. So to prevent a situation that the Pakistani nuclear weapons fall into the hands of the Taliban, to the extremists inside Pakistan. I think that the Trump administration is set to announce its strategy soon, but we already know that that would include a surge of about 3,000 or 4,000 troops to Afghanistan. But that is not to defeat the Taliban, because there is now a recognition that a military victory is not possible in Afghanistan, but because the Taliban has the momentum and now controls more territory than any time in the past 16 years, to arrest their momentum and they hope, it's not mostly a strategy, but hope that there would be a political settlement with the Taliban in the long run. And in that scenario, actually, the U.S., the U.S., Russia, and Iran, they want the same outcome in Afghanistan: a stable Afghanistan that is not a safe haven for terrorist groups which threaten regional stability. However, the increasing tension between Iran and the United States on the one hand, and U.S. and Russia in some areas on the other hand, that plays out now in Afghanistan, because one thing that I didn't mention before is that another reason that Iran maintains close relationship with the Taliban is to send a message to Washington that if you push back against us in Syria or Iraq, we can create more trouble for you here in Afghanistan. So given this rising tension between the US and Iran over the missile issue, over Syria and Iraq, or the nuclear issue, which seems to be again coming forth, I don't see a kind of like very large-scale cooperation between US and Iran in Afghanistan. But what I think that both countries, it's good for them that they do in Afghanistan, is to complement, not to bring their tension from the Middle East or other issues into Afghanistan, because ultimately they share the same interest, although that's easy said and done. And about Iran and Russia, I don't see Iran and Russia as kind of strategic partner, despite the fact that they are cooperating in Syria very closely. It's more a marriage of convenience and a transactional relationship. There are very deep mistrust between Russia and Iran. So the US should, I think, that engage Russia, not just Russia, but other actors like China also, to put pressure on Iran not to increase its destabilizing role in Afghanistan.
Excellent. We will turn to audience questions. So if you have a question, we're going to go here first. Please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and I guess wait for the mic. Yes.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Tahir from Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty. My question will go to Majid Yar, to you. There was times in the past when we seen or heard from media that money will be flown to Kabul from Iran in the shopping bags during the Karzai time. Now, then there was only one head of the state. Now, these days, there are several of them in different level. Who is the Iran's partner in Afghanistan's administration today? And the second question is, I remember, I try to recall that in 2010, I believe I wrote a story on Iranian involvement in Afghanistan. In response to that, my president of my organization got a 5-page response from Human Rights Watch that I'm misleading world on that subject. Based on this discussion, it wasn't that misleading. So since then, 7 years passed, even if we compare that as a deadline. What is the achievements of Iran in Afghanistan, if you can explain in a PowerPoint style in a few comments here? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll try to just be very brief and just talk to you about it more after the event. Regarding the first part of your question about money flowing to the presidential palace in Kabul, that was during the Karzai administration. And of course, President Karzai admitted that, and he said that the same way that I receive money from the CIA or other foreign intelligence agencies or government, the same way we receive money from Iran. Of course, there was the issue of accountability. There was the issue of that what the Iranians want in return. That was a big controversy at that time. Right now, those issues don't exist, but the Iranian government has very close relationship both with President Ghani and also his national unity government partner, Abdullah. But if I compare the Iranian strategy in terms of influence that you talked about with which actors or people to kind of a game of roulette, they will have a chip. They have a chip on each kind of number. So Iran has maintained its sides with a lot of those warlords or resistant groups that fought the Taliban. Iran has tried to influence the Afghan parliament very much to benefit Iranian interests. If you remember, when the Obama administration was negotiating the strategic partnership agreement with the Karzai administration, Iran unsuccessfully tried to bribe the parliamentarians or even later the members of the Loya Jirga, the Grand Assembly members, to dissuade the Afghans not to sign the agreement, but it was not successful. We usually also talk about the Iranian, when it comes to Iranian influence, about the hard power influence, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Lebanon, or whether it's Iraq or Syria. What I think that not much has been discussed is about the Iranian soft power influence. And when it comes to Afghanistan, and that soft power influence usually complement the Iranian broader objectives and even the hard power strategies. In Afghanistan, the Iranians, they have opened a lot of madrasas, that the books and even sometimes the teachers, they come from Iran. They are funding a lot of media organizations that promote anti-American propaganda and promotes Iran's political and ideological interests. Iran has maintained very close relationship with key actors in western Afghanistan because it wants to have a buffer zone alongside its border. And Iran also has become Afghanistan's largest trading partner. And it's working with India to give access to Afghanistan to the Chabahar port, to reduce Afghanistan's dependence on Pakistan, to Pakistan's Gwadar port. That kind of influence can be positive or negative because it, of course, benefits Afghanistan a lot. But if relations between U.S. and Iran deteriorates in Afghanistan, then Iran can use that leverage for its political concessions. And regarding the second part of your question, that what kind of achievements Iran has had, I think that they have had mixed results for these kind of activities that they have had. Similarly, that I mentioned that they have tried very hard through different methods to convince the Afghan people, to convince the Afghan politicians, to oust the United States and to prevent the long-term presence of the US forces there. But they've not been very much successful. And they're limited, or their area of influence also does not go very much beyond Western Afghanistan, although they have tried a lot in the south, east, and even north. So it is kind of a mixed result. And I think that the more that Afghanistan becomes stable, the same way that we can argue about Iraq and others, I think Iranian influence will decrease. But again, I cannot emphasize enough that as much as we pay attention to the Iranian hard power influence, we should pay attention to the soft power influence as well, whether it's Lebanon or it's Iraq or Syria. If you read the Iranian media, they're already trying to dominate the Syrian economy, sending revolutionary guards groups there, the same way that we had a lot of discussion about the PMF in Iraq, that Iran doesn't want them to be disbanded, but we also at the same time see that Iranians want them to be part of the political system in the future, to run for elections, local elections. In Lebanon, for example, we always talk about these weapons that Iran gives to Hezbollah, but we don't talk about, for example, the Imam Khomeini Relief Committee, the kind of activities that they are doing to promote Iranians' agenda there. We don't talk about the reconstruction efforts that Iran, after the 2006 war, for example, implemented in Lebanon as part of supporting Hezbollah and consolidating its gains. So as much as the hard power, the Taliban or other regional factors are important, the Iranian influence and soft power influence is also growing in the region.
So we're gonna get the two questions at the same time over here, and the gentleman over there too.
Hi, I'm an intern here at MEI, and I have a question for Ambassador Firestone. So for a long time, the Houthis have been accused of receiving support from Yemen for a while by former President Saleh himself. So now that kind of puts the current situation in a bit of an ironic light. As far as I can tell, the only two groups that receive support from Iran that deny it are the Houthis and the Taliban. Why would the Houthis deny working with Iran when Hezbollah and the PMF and a lot of other Iranian proxies do?
So the question that I have with respect to Taliban is my Afghan friends, they tell me that there are large sums of money that are pouring into Jalalabad and eastern Afghanistan, Saudi money, to build even bigger madrasas. And there's also lots and lots of money pouring into Pakistan, building madrasas. So I'm listening to all this, and I'm thinking, after so many years of fighting and all sides and everybody's involved in everything, it looks to me as if we're going to go back to a situation where there will be a lot of madrasas. Afghanistan is going to be ruled by the Taliban. And at some point, I don't know, God forbid, something bad may happen again. So is this where we're going? I mean, irrespective of Iranian money or Saudi money or American troops and that sort of thing.
And I just want to throw a question also to Aram on because it's, I think, important to mention this. The 4 Syrians refugees who died in detention by the Lebanese army, some gruesome, horrible photos we've seen of torture online. What's going on there? So if you can explain this, but we're gonna go to the ambassador first for the question on the Houthis.
Yeah, I don't think that the Houthis, do very much these days to deny their relationship with Iran. Curiously enough, when Saleh was accusing them of getting a lot of Iranian support in that 2003 to 2009 period, they actually weren't. At least we couldn't find it. We looked. But there wasn't a lot of support that was going to the Houthis at that point. There is now, and in 2014, after they moved into Sana'a, they actually signed agreements with Iran. There were regular daily flights from Tehran to Sana'a. A lot of military equipment was coming in. A lot of very obvious Iranian presence was visible in Yemen. So it's not by any stretch of the imagination secret or hidden. There is, I think, for any Yemeni group, there is a pretty strong strain of xenophobia in Yemen, and so you don't want to exaggerate the role that foreigners play in your own activities, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination a secret.
Yeah, very briefly, I just talked about the Iranian influence and activities and ties with the Taliban because the conference was about the Iranian regional role. But you're absolutely right that when it comes to the support to the Taliban that they receive from elements within the Pakistani military establishment or the madrasas or others, that's much more significant that they receive support from Iran. And as I mentioned in my opening comments, that Iran has provided measured and calculated support to the Taliban. It doesn't, for example, give the Taliban hundreds of tons of explosives to just blow up in Kabul and just kill like hundreds of Afghans or topple the Kabul regime. But it has limited objectives, and for that effort is that's deriving their actions. But again, yeah, when it comes to Pakistan, of course, it's no secret that Pakistan not only just provides money to the Taliban, but also it provides a safe haven and also strategic guidance and other kind of assistance as the U.S. military commanders over the past 1 decade have been talking. And regarding your comment about that some Afghans have mentioned about the Saudi money pouring into Jalalabad, I've not seen anything in the Afghan media, or I've not heard anything from the Afghan officials about that. Jalalabad is the capital of Afghanistan, eastern Nangarhar province, and Nangarhar is now the center of the ISIS Khorasan. The ISIS had presence in 6 or 7 Afghan provinces, but now it's been limited to 1 province, which is Nangarhar, and that the ISIS in Afghanistan is more a kind of rebranding of some of the Taliban splinters and also some of those groups that after the Zarb-e-Azb military operations, they came from Pakistan into Afghanistan. So I don't see that kind of like connection between them with Saudi Arabia, and I haven't heard any accounts from the Afghan government or the media to that reference.
So on Arsal, right, I see things from 2 perspectives. One is the short-term tactical, and one is the long-term institutional. I've seen the photos, and I've seen a lot of the videos that have been circulating. The first thing I will say is that I've seen this sort of thing before. And I'd expect that if there is going to be some clarity on this, you'd have a transparent investigation. One of the things that the Lebanese military has tried to do, and it's very difficult to do it when you're an institution that doesn't actually have retraining downtime beyond training in the field, is to do something that very few militaries do, which is civil-military engagement within their own country. So when you think of civil-military affairs in CIMIC, civil military engagement activities, you think U.S. troops in Afghanistan. You think NATO forces in Iraq and so on. You don't think about a military doing it in its own backyard. And that's something that they're increasingly going to have to do. Again, a point that I made earlier, this is a a new leadership, they have a blank slate, they're from the field, but at the same time, they're learning the hard way that there are things that can and will go wrong. How they address them is what matters.
Should the U.S. be pushing for more oversight, for more of these investigations, for when these cases actually happen? That hey, you're not gonna get a blank check from
Well, they
Washington.
are. I mean, my experience over the last 10 years covering the LAF is that the U.S. approach is not that different from the approach of other partners in Europe and the Middle East, which is we are going to press you hard if we think you've made a mistake. That doesn't mean that we're sacrificing the relationship on the altar of human rights. It means that we think you can do better as a partner when it comes to things like civil engagement and human rights. This is a long-term issue. For me, the short-term issue in RSL, as painful as it is to kind of brush this aside, is something that's far more pertinent to the talk about Iran and Hezbollah, which is that you have a very small window within which either Hezbollah or the Lebanese military are going to be the decisive actor in terms of shaping the security politics of RSL. We're not talking about months anymore. This is an imminent issue. And it'll be a key test, and it'll be something that folks both in Lebanon and internationally will be watching very closely. And I will close just with one little note to tie into what Ahmed said about soft power. I teach at a university in Lebanon, a master's level course on strategic development in Lebanon. And one of the trends in every university is one of two things. Either a majority pool of students are now from the Shiite community, or they're quickly going to become the majority of the student pool. Shiites at Lebanese American University, AUB, St. Joseph's, are now a hallmark of how that community is transforming. I saw that transformation in the army because fewer and fewer recruits are joining the military because more and more people have other opportunities for social mobility. And as much as Hayya Bina and the assistance from the Iranians was, from my view, a classic example of a rapid response, efficient, focused. The long game is shaping how these young, new demographic groups are educated, cultured, and yes, there are focused efforts to do some of that by countries like Iran. But when you get to post-secondary education, I think we often find that not only the Lebanese, but also the Iranians themselves have a very difficult time finding an alternative to the U.S. option in education.
Excellent. Thank you, Aram. Thank you, Ahmed. Ambassador Firestein, I'm going to turn it over to you for closing remarks, and soon you'll be released. Thank you all for joining us in this.
We're here. Thank you, Joyce. First of all, I want to thank Senator Coons for his remarks today, for all of the panels, for all of our wonderful moderators. Also want to note the contributions of our support staff, Jessica Agostinelli, Liz Siegel, Ryan Saada, Sophia Mauro, and Scott Zuke. And most of all, I want to thank all of you, the survivors, who managed to make it through 5 hours of conversation about Iran. I do hope that it was worthwhile. I hope that we're leaving the event knowing a little bit more, having a little better insight about what Iran's strategy is, what our own policies might be, how we might address these various challenges. Thank you all very much for coming today. Thank you.